guard against loss of jobs for existing staff. There shall be no acquisition-related redundancies in Safaricom PLC. The quorum has been attained.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Before I make this message, allow me to recognize in the public gallery this afternoon learners and teachers from number 1, JM Karaoke Memorial Secondary School, that is in Bahati constituency, Nakuru County, ACK Gachagua Church, Kirinyaga Central from Kirinyaga County. You are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Order members. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 5 messages from the Senate regarding its consideration of the following 4 Senate bills and 1 National Assembly bill. Number 1, the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. Number 2, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024. Number 3, the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Number 4, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022. And 5, the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2024. Honorable members, the first message conveys that on Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Senate considered and approved the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, in the form proposed by the Mediation Committee. Honorable members, you will recall that the said bill was committed to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution, following the Senate's rejection of the National Assembly's further amendments to the bill. You will further recall that on 3rd December 2025, the National Assembly considered and approved the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. In this regard, honorable members, the approval of the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023 by the Senate, therefore concludes its bicameral consideration. I will now proceed to present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113(3) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the second message conveys that on Wednesday, 27th February 2026, the Senate passed the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, with amendments. Having passed the said bill, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, you will note that the standing orders require the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message to the House. In view of this, I direct the clerk to ensure the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, in the order paper for first reading in the next sitting. Thereafter, the bill will stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture for consideration. Honorable members, I note that before the House is the Kenya National Library Services Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, which is awaiting committee of the whole House. In view of this, the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture is encouraged to consider the Senate bill in light of the National Assembly bill and advise the House on how to proceed with the 2 bills. Honorable members, the third message conveys that on Tuesday, 3rd March 2026, the Senate considered and agreed to the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023. You will recall that this House passed the said bill on 13th August 2025 with amendments, following which I referred the schedule of the National Assembly amendments to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the approval of the National Assembly amendments to the bill by the Senate now concludes the bicameral consideration of the bill, and in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate will present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with Article 112(2)(a) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the fourth message from the Senate conveys that on Tuesday, 3rd March 2026, the Senate considered the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, and passed it with amendments fully accommodating the President's recommendations. You will recall that His Excellency the President, in exercise of the powers conferred by Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, referred the said bill back for reconsideration by Parliament upon its submission for assent. Honorable members, you will further recall that on 25th September 2025, this House reconsidered the bill in light of the President's reservations. Thereafter, I referred the memorandum of His Excellency the President reservations on the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance to Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution. For clarity, honorable members, His Excellency the President expressed reservations on and recommended the deletion of clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill, which, as a matter of fact, contain the primary content of the bill. Consequently, Honorable Basil, you're totally out of order. Consequently, the import of the concurrent decisions of the National Assembly and the Senate is that the bill is lost. In this regard, I will proceed to notify the President of this fact. Honorable members, the fifth and final message of the Senate conveys that on Tuesday, 3rd March 2026, considered and rejected the National Assembly's amendment to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2024. You will recall that this House considered and passed the bill with amendments on 14th August 2025. Thereafter, I referred the schedule of the National Assembly amendments to the Senate for consideration in accordance to Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the decision of the Senate on the National Assembly's amendment to the Elections Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2024, effectively commits the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, to enable the constitution of the mediation committee, the National Assembly is required to appoint 9 members to sit in the committee. I therefore call the leadership of the majority and minority parties in the House to expeditiously nominate members to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committee. At an appropriate time, I will communicate to the House the members of the National Assembly and the Senate appointed to the mediation committee. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority, you have some papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 11th March 2026, afternoon sitting. A, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement of Butere Technical and Vocational College for the years ended 30th June 2020, 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein. And B, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of 1, Agricultural Finance Corporation, 2, Bukura Agricultural College, 3, Communist Party of Kenya, 4, Consolidated Fund Services, Public Debt, National Treasury, 5, Federal Party of Kenya, 6, Gatanga Technical and Vocational College, 7, Green Thinking Action Party, 8, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, 9, Information and Communication Technology Authority, 10, Infrastructure and Public-Private Partnership Project, Additional Financing, AIDA, Credit number 6121, KE National Treasury, 11, Jubilee Party, 12, Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, 13 Kenya African Democratic Union Asili, KADU Asili, 14 Kenya Forest Service, 15 Kenya Seed Company Rwanda Limited, 16 Kenya Utalii College, 17 Kiharu Technical and Vocational College, 18 Lamu East Technical and Vocational College, 19 Muranga University of Technology, 20 National Cohesion and Integration Commission, 21 National Environment Management Authority, 22 National Police Service, 23 Office of the Deputy President, 24 Pamoja African Alliance, 25 Pwani University, 26 Receiver of Revenue Financial Statement, External Resources, National Treasury, 27 Service Party, 28 Shirikisho Party of Kenya, 29 State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development, and 30 State Department for Forestry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Very well. The next one is the leader of delegation, Honorable Mili Odhiambo Mabona.
You see now the speaker needs a communication.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 11th March 2026. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 19th to the 23rd of October 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, Chepkonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 11th March 2026. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund regulations published as legal notice number 169 of 2025. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Before we go to the notices of motions, allow me, honorable members, to recognize Ms. Trufena Mudhoni, a Kenyan environmental conservationist and an advocate for climate action, sustainability, and mental health awareness. Honorable members, Ms. Trufena, a student at Mount Kenya University, is a Guinness World Record holder for the longest marathon hugging a tree and currently serves as Kenya's ambassador for the 15 billion trees campaign. She's in the speaker's gallery, standing in the speaker's gallery. Allow me to welcome you to the House as you observe the proceedings of Parliament, and also indulge for 1 minute Honorable Mark Mwenje to do a formal recognition as your Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Trufena needs no introduction better than what you've said, Honorable Speaker, and I congratulate her for what she's achieved. She comes from my ward, Kariobangi South, and she's accompanied by her PA. Honorable members, I'll tell you, this is a 22-year-old with a PA. Think of where you are, 22 years old. Honorable Speaker, Trufena will be traveling to Brazil on 22nd of March to engage with indigenous communities. And she will be trying to set another record by hugging 1,172 trees within 1 hour, which will take about maybe 2 to 3 seconds per hour. So that's what she'll be doing. But more importantly, she's the ambassador for the government appointed by His Excellency the President for planting 15 billion trees by, I think, 2032. And therefore, I'll be introducing her to various offices of members of parliament, because through KERA, through NGCDF, through KURA, the trees that are being planted in various constituencies, if you can assist our honorable members, she'll be able to achieve that target. So this is a 22-year-old who needs your support. And once again, I wish to welcome her to this house. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, honorable members. I know most of you are asking me whether they can be hugged. Trufena only hugs trees. Honorable members, don't lose focus. Honorable Donya, take a minute.
You know, Madam Speaker, when you said of Mount Kenya University, that's where I schooled. Somehow I felt like I've missed school, and I need to talk about the great Mount Kenya University. Somehow the good show of hugging the trees and everything. I know, you only don't hug a tree, Madam Speaker. There is more sweetness outside the tree. So, yes, that is a fact. That's why it extended to the trees. So I'm proud of Mount Kenya, and I'm proud of her.
Very well. Honorable members, I don't want this to turn to a debate. I do not want this to turn to a debate. We still have a lot of work to prosecute. I will indulge the minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason we are really struggling to speak is because it's very rare that you find a 22-year-old girl coming into parliament and being recognized for doing a noble task. I have seen a lot of naysayers sometimes wondering why she has to hug a tree. If you don't know the symbolic meaning of her hugging a tree, as an environmentalist, I've been going around the country, and we are actually losing a lot of our forest cover. So I just want to tell her, continue, and we have a lot of people who are visionless. She has a vision. She's our new Wangari Maathai, and we encourage all other young people to find their purpose in life and do exactly what she's doing. We support you, and we are proud of you.
Thank you, Jalas.
Thank you. No, thank you, Madam Speaker. The other day, Trufena had said that she had not been given her complete mandate of what she has to do as a brand ambassador for the 15 billion trees. This is asking the people and the officers in charge of that project to please come out and make sure that they tell Trufena what to do. Because she was asking, yes, I'm ambassador, but what is my role? She's not been to any office, she's not been connected anywhere, so maybe this is also a chance for us to ask the people in charge of the 15 billion trees project to please make sure that they engage this young lady to know what she really needs to do as a brand ambassador. Asante sana.
The chair, Environmental Committee, where are you? The chair, vice chair. Honorable Mathe, are you a member of that committee? Because I think what Honorable Jalango has raised is quite critical, so that it's not just by pronouncement, but it's by action. Honorable Mathe, give Mathe the microphone.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate the lady. At 22 years, that is remarkable. Keep it up. At the committee, we welcome your idea. Actually, we are targeting to accomplish the 15 billion trees by 2036. And that work is already being done. At the committee level, we are pressing the ministry to ensure that everything is open and that everyone is participating.
Thank you.
In ensuring that this is done, and that we are also committed to reducing desertification. Thank you.
Very well. Finally on this, Honorable Kathambi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I'm in the Committee of Environment. Apart from what my colleague has said, we also raised that matter in the committee, and we have also informed the CS and the PS that our beautiful girl, who is our hero in this country on matters of conservation, and also what she is playing, Madam Speaker. It is what we are saying every day, that actually climate change is real. And being a girl who has become a hero in this country, for us as committee, there is something special we are pushing, and we are going to surprise people soon and very soon in relation of rewarding that beautiful girl. But as I stand here, Madam Speaker, let us all take an action. Climate change is real. Let us do something. Thank you.
Very well. Leader of delegation, Honorable Mili, notice of motion. Honorable Mili, notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there are many members who would want to congratulate Tufena, but I have summarized all their good words and congratulate on your behalf. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 11th of March 2026. Madam Speaker, even as we are congratulating Madam Trufen, I just wanted to say that you are exceptionally smart today, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mili. Thank you, Honorable Mili. Next one is the Chair for Delegated Legislation. Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm just wondering where Honorable Mili got the eyes to see the way you are dressed. I thought it was...
It's in the public domain, Honorable Chepkonga.
It is only given to the men. She has no business commenting on that business. But I want to say that it's true. You are well dressed. This is the more relevant one. The other one you should have ruled out of order. On a concrete note, Madam Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulation 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations published as legal notice number 169 of 2025. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Mbeyu, member for Kilifi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion: that aware that approximately 18,000 youth graduate from the National Youth Service, NYS, annually. Further aware that Article 55 of the Constitution requires the state to take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth access training, employment, and opportunities to participate fully in the social, economic, and political life of the nation. Madam Speaker, appreciating that the government has in the recent years rolled out deliberate programs aimed at equipping NYS graduates with skills for employment into the disciplined services and key sectors, which include agriculture, construction, and security. Noting that government institutions continue to engage private security firms to supplement uniformed officers in providing security services, thereby incurring significant recurrent expenditure. Further noting that the NYS graduates possess fundamental training in discipline, security, awareness, public service, ethics, and emergency response, making them suitable for deployment within government institutions. Recognizing that there is need to have a balanced approach that promotes youth employment through structured engagement of the NYS graduates, while preserving opportunities for private security firms to continue to operate and partner with government institutions. This House, therefore, resolves that the national government develops and implements a policy framework and guidelines to steer government ministries, departments, agencies on 1, prioritization of engagement of the National Youth Service graduates to provide supplementary security services to public entities. 2, the criteria for determination of a formula for allotment of a quota of the provision of security services in public entities to the NYS graduates and private security services firms. And 3, modalities for structured recruitment, deployment, and terms of service, including remuneration, training, and career progression for NYS graduates engaged to provide supplementary security to government entities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery learners and teachers from St. Monica Munyaka Girls, Kieni constituency in Nyeri County, seated in the speakers gallery. In the public gallery, we have Gekoe Secondary School, Madhioya constituency, Muranga County. We have Kianyaga Boys High School from Geshogo constituency, Kirinyaga County. We join in welcoming you to observe the proceedings of the House. I will indulge for 1 minute the member for Geshogo to welcome not just from Geshogo, all the students and learners.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome all the learners in both the galleries and specifically Kianyaga Boys, which is one of the most improved schools in Kirinyaga this year. They had a 2-point-something improvement in their last year KCSE. It's one of the best schools. A number of members of parliament in this house also went to Kianyaga Boys, including Honorable Ashira from Laikipia West, and very prominent people. So all the learners learn the best, and I believe in future we'll also have some of you as leaders in this house to represent people and keep up your discipline and obedience, and all the best in your studies. We love you, we will support you, even through NGCTF bursaries and other programs that support schools. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Welcome to all the learners. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We'll start with the request on the statements. The one who goes first is Honorable Kakuta Maimai. Are you in the house? That will be deferred. Honorable Ariko, are you in the house? Prosecute yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c. I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding the status of investigation into the killing of 2 National Police Reservists in Logum Kaptir Ward, Turkana South constituency. Madam Speaker, on 22nd October 2025, a tragic shooting occurred at Logum Kaptir Ward, Turkana South constituency, which resulted in the death of 2 national police reservists, namely Mr. Eyapan Loduk Enyalan and Mr. Lowaz Ikuri. Reports indicate that the 2 officers were returning home from the duty when they encountered a patrol of Kenya Defense Forces officers stationed at Loyapat camp in Lobakat Ward along the Loyapat-Kainuk axis. Eyewitnesses account from members of the local community indicate that the 2 officers were in full NPR uniforms and were armed with government-issued firearms at the time of the incident. It is alleged that despite identifying themselves during the encounter, the 2 officers were fatally shot by the KDF patrol. The presence of multi-agency security operations in the region is intended to enhance security and restore peace in areas affected by insecurity. However, the unfortunate loss of life has raised serious concerns among residents of Turkana and has also caused grief to the families of the deceased officers. Additionally, the people of Aro Sub-County have continued to experience repeated incidents of livestock raids, including several attacks reported in January and February 2026, which have resulted in the loss of livestock and heightened insecurity among the residents. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigations into the circumstances surrounding the killing of 2 NPR officers on 22nd October 2025 in Logum Kaptir Ward, Turkana South constituency. 2, measures put in place by the Ministry of Defense in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to strengthen coordination mechanisms and identify protocols between the Kenya Defense Forces, the National Police Service, and National Police Reservice in multi-agency security operations to prevent similar incidents in future. 3, measures being taken by the Ministry to provide support to the bereaved families, including compensation, psychological support, and other welfare assistance. Finally, a report on the number of livestock recovered by KDF during the numerous raids that have been conducted in Aro Sub-County, including the 6 consecutive raids reported on 25th and 31st January 2026 and 25 and 28 February 2026, including the number of livestock stolen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have the response?
I do.
Oh, perfect.
Honorable Speaker, I hope it's in regard to Honorable Tandaza.
No. Honorable Koech.
Sorry, my
The
apologies.
question by Dr. Rico, I would have been surprised unless it's a repeat question for you, statement.
I request to...
How long? How long do you need?
I'll make a response next week on Tuesday.
We'll be on recess. Let the response come the first week after we resume on Tuesday.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next statement request is by the member for Turkana Central.
Request for statement regarding the state of infrastructure at Lodo Boys National School in Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the poor state of infrastructure at Lodo Boys National School in Lodwar, Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, Lodo Boys National School is a public national boarding secondary school located in Lodwar Town, Turkana County. and is among the few national schools serving learners from the northern and historically marginalized regions of our country. The institution was established to expand access to quality education and continues to play a critical role in promoting educational opportunities for students from Turkana County and beyond. However, despite its status as a national school and its strategic importance in advancing equitable access to education, the institution is currently facing serious infrastructure challenges that undermine the quality of the learning environment and the well-being of students. Reports from parents, teachers, and members of the local community indicate that several facilities at the school, including classrooms, dormitories, laboratories, dining facilities, and sanitation amenities, are either inadequate and in a deteriorating condition. The existing infrastructure has not kept pace with the growing student population and the standards expected of a national school. Honorable Speaker, these challenges not only compromise the quality of teaching and learning, but also raise concerns regarding student safety, health conditions, teachers' morale, and the ability of the institution to sustain competitive academic performance. Improving infrastructure at Lodo Boys National School is not only essential for the students currently enrolled at the institution, but also critical in advancing equitable access to quality education in marginalized and arid regions of the country, in line with the national commitment to inclusive development. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, the current status of infrastructure at Lodwar Boys National School, including the adequacy and condition of classrooms, dormitories, laboratories, dining facilities, staff housing, and sanitation infrastructure. 2, report on any recent infrastructure assessment or audit conducted by the Ministry of Education at the school and the findings of such assessment. 3, the plans in place by the ministry to rehabilitate, expand, and modernize infrastructure at the institution in line with its national school status, including budgetary allocations under the financial year 2026-2027 to support urgent infrastructure development at the school. And last, number 4, the long-term measures being implemented to strengthen learning conditions and academic outcomes at Lodwar Boys National School and other national schools located in arid and semi-arid regions of the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I will give a joyride 1 minute to Dr. Ariko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Turkana County has only 3 national schools. That is my school, Lodo High School, Turkana Girls, and currently we have Katilu Girls, the Green Angels of Turkana South. Madam Speaker, the only enabler of education is infrastructure. Unfortunately, in these 3 schools of Turkana County, the infrastructure is so much dilapidated to an extent that you will think it is a district school. Madam Speaker, if you look at the national schools that we have in Turkana County, we have a problem with the infrastructure and teaching staff. We don't have teaching staff. Madam Speaker, we request the Ministry of Education, we request TSC to accord these national schools more teachers so that we are able to operate in a manner that we are operating like a national school of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Raso, still a joyride, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what the honorable colleagues from Turkana are raising is what is nationally hurting this country. If we say education is the single equalizer, and yet the schools are classified as national, and yet they don't meet even the basic standards of a day school in most parts of this country, I think we are being very unfair. That is why I think going forward, what this particular statement must seek is what are the basic standards that makes a school or to be pronounced that this is a national school. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee on Education, I don't see the chair. Vice Chair. Honorable Gisairo, you are a member? 2 weeks, so that is the week we resume. Honorable Member for Kandui, prosecute your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the non-payment of retirement benefits to the late Mwalimu Humphrey Nyongesa, TSC number 187874. Madam Speaker, the late Mwalimu Humphrey Nyongesa, TSC number 187874, was a long-serving teacher and a resident of Haweli Village, East Sangalo Ward in Kandui constituency, Bungoma County. He served at Mwihupo Baptist Primary School until 2009, after which he was transferred to Mabusi Primary School following allegations of financial impropriety. He was later suspended, subjected to disciplinary procedures, and subsequently reinstated by TSC to Tungelele Primary School in 2012, having been cleared of all the charges. Upon reinstatement, a monthly deduction of Kenya shillings 8,100 was effected on his salary, allegedly in connection with the earlier accusations of financial impropriety, which he was cleared, despite the concluded disciplinary process and reinstatement. He sought legal redress, and in 2017, he obtained a court ruling in criminal case number 1790 of 2009, directing the Teacher Service Commission to cease any deductions. However, the deductions reportedly continued until his retirement on 30th June 2020. Madam Speaker, Mwalimu Nyongesa was officially cleared by the Teacher Service Commission, entitling to receive his retirement benefits. However, the Commission declined to process his retirement benefits, still citing the allegations of financial impropriety, and despite the court directing cessation of any salary deductions. Sadly, Mwalimu Nyongesa passed away earlier this year, and to date, being a breadwinner, his family continues to follow up the payment to no avail. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, provide reasons and legal basis for the monthly deduction of Kenya shillings 8,100 from Mwalimu Nyongesa's salary, despite his reinstatement and a court order directing cessation of the deductions. 2, expected timelines for full refund of all amounts deducted from his salary from his reinstatement to his retirement. And 3, expected timelines for processing and payment of retirement benefits to the family of the late Mwalimu Nyongesa, as well as compensation for the emotional and financial harm suffered by his family and dependents due to this unfair and unlawful treatment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, Committee on Education, the first week after we resume. Member for Kisauni, lastly on the requests.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the criteria for recognition and equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from schools offering international curricula in Kenya. Madam Speaker, in 2025, I sought a statement in this House concerning the criteria applied by the Kenya National Council, Examination Council, NEC, in the recognition and equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from institutions offering international curricula within Kenya. In its response, the committee acknowledged the concerns raised and reported that the Ministry of Education and relevant agencies have undertaken to review the prevailing guidelines in order to address the challenges faced by students undertaking international curricula. This matter is of significant public interest, considering that thousands of learners pursue this program with the legitimate expectation that their academic qualification will be recognized within the country for purpose of higher education and employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate to note that 1 year since the commitment was made in this House, no visible progress has been made to address the restrictive guidelines that continue to bar the equation of certain institutional-based certificates and diplomas. Consequently, many affected students remain unable to access admission into local university or secure employment within the public sector due to lack of recognized equivalency. Madam Speaker, it is against these programs that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Roman 1, a status report on the progress made by the Ministry of Education, NEC, and other relevant agencies to finalize and operationalize a framework for recognition and equation of academic certificates obtained from institutions offering international curricula in Kenya, including whether the committee to undertake the task was established. Roman 2, an explanation on the reason for the inordinate delay by NEC to review the guidelines for equation or foreign certificate and developing an equation method since undertaking to do so in the year 2025. Roman 3, a report on the specific steps taken by the Ministry of Education and NEC in the past 1 year to implement the 2025 commitments to the House regarding recognition and equation of foreign qualifications with the Kenyan curricula. Roman 4, a list of foreign curricular examination boards for which the Ministry of Education and NEC have developed equation method, and pending ones, if any, specifying the reason for delayed development of equation method. 5, the timeline within which the Ministry of Education and NEC intend to finalize, operationalize a clear framework for the recognition and equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from international curricula so as to enable affected students to access local university admission and public sector employment opportunities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, Committee on Education, the first week on resumption from recess. Honorable members, will now go to the responses. We have one response from the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Member for Belgut, this is your chance now. Is the member for Matuga in the house? Very well, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And my apologies for my earlier response. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Tandaza Kasim, MP, pursuant to the provisions of standing order, I'll ignore that so that I go straight to the question. The committee specifically sought clarification on the following areas. Number 1, the steps that have been taken by the Kenyan embassy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in collaboration with the relevant authorities to facilitate the restoration of Ms. Suleiman Mambo's access to her bank account and enable her to utilize the funds, and the measures put in place by the government to strengthen consular support for the Kenyans working in the Gulf region, including assistance in financial disputes, documentation challenges, and other forms of distress. And I will write to respond as follows, Honorable Speaker. Of the steps taken by the Kenyan embassy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to facilitate restoration of access to the bank account belonging to Ms. Suleiman Mambo, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs state that Al-Raji Bank is a private financial institution operating within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and is governed by Saudi banking laws. The bank is one of the largest financial institutions in the kingdom with 510 branches and operate under Sharia banking principles. The ministry further notes that in order for government of Kenya to intervene in matters affecting Kenyan citizens abroad, a formal complaint must be lodged with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, who is mandated to champion the welfare and rights of Kenyans abroad, who will subsequently raise the matter with Kenyan Embassy in Riyadh, and the matter will be pursued through the appropriate diplomatic channels. However, Honorable Speaker, based on the records available to the ministry, Ms. Suleiman Mambo has not lodged a formal complaint regarding the blockage of our account, and consequently, the matter has not been officially reported to the Kenyan authorities for their intervention. That notwithstanding the foregoing, the ministry has indicated that ministry has indicated that for the embassy to effectively investigate and pursue the matter with the relevant Saudi Arabia authorities and Al Rajhi Bank, additional information from Ms. Suleiman Mambo will be required. And this information include, number one, the nature of her employment prior to returning to Kenya, and whether domestic or skilled. Number two, a copy of her employment contract. Number three, her Al Rajhi bank account details. And number four, her Saudi residence permit, which is called IGAMA number. And number five, the telephone number she used while in Saudi Arabia. And finally, number six, a copy of biodata page of her passport. The ministry therefore advises Ms. Suleiman Mambo to visit the State Department for Diaspora Affairs with the mentioned documents or forward them together with her complaint to the official consular email address to enable the ministry and the Kenyan embassy in Riyadh to pursue the matter with the relevant Saudi authorities. Honorable Speaker, on the measures put in place to strengthen consular support for Kenyans working in the Gulf region, including assistance in financial disputes and other distress situations, the ministry states that the government of Kenya continue to implement various interventions aimed at safeguarding the welfare, rights and interests of Kenyans working and living abroad. Key measures undertaken by the government include, Honorable Speaker, number one, the establishment of State Diaspora Affairs, whose mandate is to champion protection of welfare of rights of Kenyans in diaspora while working closely with the Kenyan missions abroad to provide timely consular support. Number two, the government has also enhanced provision of mobile consular services in collaboration with the missions abroad, through which essential services such as passport renewal, issuance of national identity cards, birth certificates, certificate of good conduct, and declarations of dual citizenship are offered to Kenyans residing abroad. Number three, in recognition of the expansive geographical coverage of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the government established a consulate general in Jeddah to complement the embassy in Riyadh, thereby enhancing government's ability to provide timely and accessible consular support to Kenyans residing in the regions, in different regions of the country. Number four, the government has also continued to negotiate with, implement bilateral labor agreements with various countries in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Germany, Austria, and the United Kingdom. These agreements provide legal frameworks that define employment conditions and strengthen the protection of migrant workers. Number five, the government encourages Kenyans traveling or residing abroad to register with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs and with Kenya missions abroad in order to facilitate accountability and enable timely assistance in cases of distress. Number six, the State Department of Diaspora Affairs operates 24-hour call center that allows Kenyans in diaspora to report distress cases regardless of time zone differences. Number seven, welfare protection officers within the State Department also conduct welfare checks on migrant workers through telephone calls and messaging platforms to confirm that their contractual rights are being upheld and to facilitate reporting of any violations to the relevant authorities for intervention. Number eight, the government through Kenya missions abroad and the State Department for Diaspora Affairs continue to provide consular support to Kenyans in distress, including facilitation, repatriation where necessary, issuance of emergency travel documents, evacuation during emergencies, and facilitation of repatriation of mortal remains for Kenyans who pass away abroad. Number nine, and the final one, Honorable Speaker, labor attaches have been deployed to selected Kenya missions abroad to handle labor-related disputes and assist Kenyans workers facing employment challenges in foreign jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs notes that it remains committed to safeguarding the welfare, rights, and interests of Kenyan citizens living and working abroad, and will continue to work closely with relevant stakeholders and foreign governments to ensure that Kenyan nationals receive the necessary protection and consular support whenever required. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Very well. Member for Matuga. Any follow-up questions?
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ijapokuwa amejaribu kutoa jawabu kwa swala ambalo nilitoa, hilo swala haliridhishi kamwe, kwa sababu vile vitu ambavyo amesema vinahitajika ni vitu ambavyo tulikuwa tumeshatoa. Pili, ajue kwamba msichana ambaye ana hili tatizo alitoka Saudia mwaka uliopita. Pesa yake imezuiliwa kule, hana ndururu, hana nauli. Tunavyojua ni kwamba ofisi inayohusika ambayo amesema huyu msichana lazima aende iko Nairobi. Hii inamaanisha tayari kuna tatizo la usafiri na pale mahali ambapo atakaa. Tatu, anapofika ofisini pia hajatoa utaratibu ni ofisa gani atamuona. Tunajua kwamba kawaida ya mwananchi wa kawaida akifika ofisi ya serikali hata kuingia na kumpata yule ofisa muhusika pia inakuwa ni tatizo. Na ile hali huyu ni mama ambaye alifanya kazi miaka 2, pesa yake imezuiliwa kule. Kwa hivyo hili jawabu ambalo limepatiwa haliniridhishi na sioni kama litatatua hili tatizo, kwa sababu kwanza wao yeye kufika ile ofisi itakuwa tatizo. Ningetoa ushauri
Mheshimiwa,
kwa sababu
Tandaza,
naam,
unajua ninataka uulize maswali ya ziada na ninapokusikiza nasikia kama ni kwamba yale mambo ambayo unayaleta kwa mjadala huu unaweza kumsaidia yule msichana ama mama afike kwenye ofisi awasilishe rasmi yale maombi yake. Kama kufika Nairobi, sidhani mtashindwa kabisa kama mbunge wake.
Sasa haya ndio maswala ambayo tunasema wakati serikali inazungumzia swala zima la kazi majuu. Hili pengine ni mtu mmoja pengine tutasema, lakini unaona lile jukumu ambalo wabunge watakuwa nalo kuwasilisha watu wao katika hizo ofisi mbalimbali, kuwagharamia ili waweze kuhudumiwa, na swala ambalo ni la kiserikali na ni jukumu ya serikali kuona kwamba wakati walipopeana hizi nafasi za watu kwenda kufanya kazi majuu, basi pia wangekuwa wamerahisisha utaratibu wa ni vipi mtu atasaidika wakati akiwa na matatizo kama haya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru, nitajitahidi, lakini bado jawabu halijatoa swali.
Kwa ujumla nafikiri tumeweza kunakili mambo ambayo umeleta, lakini nafikiri mkiwa na mheshimiwa mbunge wa Belgut ambaye ni mwenyekiti, hamtakosa suluhu kusaidia huyu mama kuhakikisha kwamba ameweza kupata pesa zake, na utakuwa ukifanya pia kazi yako ya kikatiba. Mheshimiwa Tandaza,
asante kwa hiyo amri. Mheshimiwa Belgut, naja kwako kufuata nauli ya huyu msichana kama spika alivyoagiza. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable members, before we exit that order for statements, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery students from Chogoria Girls High School who are seated in the speakers gallery from Mara constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. We welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. Allow me, before we exit that order, to indulge member for Kajiado East, Honorable Maimai, to request your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the status of investigation into the shooting incident that occurred in Kitengela town. Honorable Speaker, on 25th January 2026, a tragic shooting occurred at the entrance of C&M Lounge in Kitengela town, Kajiado County, which left Mr. Kevin Shapashina Maseri of ID number 33XX210 dead, and Mr. Joseph Mungai Musondu of ID number 34XX14 seriously injured. The incident reportedly involved a confrontation between the two victims and another person believed to be a senior officer of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI. The matter was promptly reported at Kitengela Police Station under OB number 082501/26. However, despite investigation by the DCI led by the Senior Sub-County Criminal Investigation Officer, SCCIO, in collaboration with crime scene experts and recommendations from the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, no prosecution has been initiated to date. This delay prolongs the grief of families of the victims
and necessitate the need for action to be taken to initiate prosecution and redress these grievous incidents without any further delay. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a status report on the progress of investigations into the shooting incident at C&M Lounge in Kitengela on 25th January 2026, reported under OB number 08/25/01/26. 2, reasons for the delay in prosecution despite recommendations by the DCI and IPOA for formal charges against 5 suspects identified. 3, measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure impartially and guarantee public confidence in the justice system in cases involving police officers as suspects, particularly in the current case where a senior DCI officer is implicated. 4, internal disciplinary action taken, if any, against any accused police officer. And 5th, actions being taken by the ministry to address the ongoing trauma caused to families of the victims caused by the delays in justice, including plans being put in place to compensate them. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. The Committee on Internal Administration. Chair, Vice Chair. Vice Chair, yes, Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from his statement, I think a lot has been done by DCI and also IPOA. First week after recess, we'll be able to respond to the House. Thank you.
Very well. First week on resumption. Honorable Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly allow me to raise 2 matters, issues that have come into this House and have not been responded to. One, 2 weeks ago, we had raised the issue of KERA having deducted money going to the constituencies for financial year 25-26, having reduced the 22% from 42 million to 35 million. That's a reduction of 7 million per constituency, and a reduction on the 10% from 21 million to 15 million, a reduction of 6 million. That's a total of 13 million. Honorable Speaker, the Speaker on that day had instructed the leader of majority to give a response to this House last week on Tuesday, but that has not come, and would like to indulge the Speaker to give guidance on this matter. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there's another sensitive matter that is falling behind schedule. That is to do with the disbursement of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, there is a letter to this Parliament dated 16th of October 2025 that gave the schedule on how the monies will be disbursed, which was 5.3 billion every month. Honorable Speaker, for the last month, that is February, and this month, we are now in arrears to a tune of 10.6 billion, and up to date, 32.3 billion of the 58.8 billion has been disbursed, leaving a gap of 23.5 billion. Honorable Speaker, if we continue at this rate that they've started, we are likely to reach the end of this financial year without the total disbursement. Can we get guidance on
Was this part of the request you had done 2 weeks ago?
This is following up on the schedule presented in this House on 16th October 2025, Honorable Speaker.
I do not see the majority leader. I would direct that he comes with a response tomorrow afternoon. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. A report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011-2012 to 2021-2022. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I therefore put the question that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011-2012 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as that have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion. Report on the audited accounts for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2021-2022. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I put the question that this House adopts the 5th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statements for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 10, the Teachers Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2024, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I therefore put the question that the Teachers Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2024 be read a second time. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Teachers Service Commission Act. Order number 11, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish the Sovereign Wealth Fund to provide institutional arrangements for the effective administration and efficient management of minerals revenues, petroleum revenues, and monies from other sources allocated to the fund and for connected purposes. Order number 12, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as ambassador for the Kingdom of Denmark.
Chairperson, Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. I'll endeavor to be as brief as possible. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to Copenhagen, the Kingdom of Denmark, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132E of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Kosiom Frank Olekibelekenye, I hope I pronounced that right, as an ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to Copenhagen, the Kingdom of Denmark. Honorable Speaker, the office of, I will ignore those details. Just for the purposes of record is that he fulfilled all the requirements that had been listed. That includes ESCC, KRA, DCI, HELP, ODPP, and ORPP. And I'll go straight here, Honorable Speaker. The committee conducted the oral approval hearing of the nominee on the Thursday, 5th of March, 2026. And following this rigorous exercise, the committee made the following observations regarding the suitability of Mr. Kibele Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the nominee is a Kenyan citizen by birth and does not hold any dual citizenship. Honorable Speaker, the nominee holds a Bachelor of Education degree from Egerton University, a Master of Philosophy in Education, Administration, and Management from Moi University, and is currently pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy in Education, Administration, and Management at the Masai Mara University. Honorable Speaker, the nominee possesses considerable professional experience in public service. He has served within the education sector on the National Land Commission, where he gained extensive experience in public administration, stakeholder engagement, negotiation, and conflict resolution. These competencies are directly relevant to the diplomatic responsibilities expected of a head of mission. Honorable Speaker, it's worth mentioning that during the approval hearing, the nominee demonstrated awareness of the existing trade imbalance between Kenya and Denmark, and acknowledging the balance of the trade currently favors Denmark. He proposed that Kenya should enhance the competitiveness of its exports, particularly in the sectors of tea, coffee, and horticulture, while leveraging on diplomatic engagement to expand market access for Kenyan products. Further, Honorable Speaker, the nominee indicated that he will strengthen collaboration within the mission by working closely with trade officers, commercial attachés, and other technical experts to advance Kenya's economic diplomacy and promote bilateral cooperation. Honorable Speaker, regarding the matters of integrity, it's something that had been raised by one of the members. The committee noted that the nominee had previously faced criminal charges relating to an alleged bribery during his tenure as National Land Commission. However, the nominee was acquitted. Told the committee that he was acquitted by the court under Section 215 of the Criminal Procedure Code, and subsequently integrity clearances from relevant agencies confirmed that truly he currently faces no criminal proceedings or integrity concerns. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the committee observed that the nominee expressed readiness to work collaboratively with the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs and other government institutions in advancing diplomatic, economic, and development interests in Denmark. In particular, the nominee emphasized the importance of promoting trade, education, partnerships, and development cooperation between Kenya and Denmark, while at the same time strengthening people-to-people relations between the two countries. Honorable Speaker, based on the nominee's academic credentials, professional experience, integrity, clearance reports, and performance during approval hearing, the committee was satisfied that the nominee meets the constitutional and statutory requirements for appointment to the state office and possesses the capacity to represent the Republic of Kenya with diligence and honor. The committee therefore recommends that this House approves the appointment of Mr. Kosiom Franklin Ole Kibele Kenya as Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to Copenhagen, the Kingdom of Denmark. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I now invite, Honorable Speaker, it was going to be you who was going to second the motion, but I now invite Honorable Kenyaduku, seasoned member of the committee, to second this motion.
Member for Kinangop.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me stand in your place and beg to second this motion. I rise to second the motion on the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the approval of Mr. Kisiom Frank Ole Kebele Kenya for the appointment as Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to Copenhagen, the Kingdom of Denmark. Honorable Speaker, as the mover has already outlined the legal and procedural framework that guided the committee during the vetting exercise, allow me to briefly highlight several key considerations that informed the committee recommendation to approve the nominee. First, Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the nominee demonstrated a clear understanding of Kenya's diplomatic and economic interests in relation to the Kingdom of Denmark. During the approval hearing, he articulated practical strategies for strengthening Kenya-Denmark relations, particularly through promotion of trade, investment, and development partnerships. Honorable Speaker, the committee also took note of the nominee's appreciation of the current trade dynamics between Kenya and Denmark and his commitment to support initiatives aimed at expanding Kenya's export potential, particularly in sectors such as agriculture and value-added products. His recognition of the role of economic diplomacy in enhancing Kenya's competitiveness in international markets is an important attribute for head of a mission. Further, Honorable Speaker, the nominee emphasized the importance of teamwork within the mission and expressed his intention to work closely with officers responsible for trade, investment, promotion, and development cooperation. Such collaborative leadership is essential in ensuring that Kenya's diplomatic missions effectively advance the country's foreign policy objectives. The committee was also satisfied that the nominee demonstrated composure, clarity of thought, and a strong sense of public service during the approval hearing. These qualities are essential for a diplomat entrusted with representing the Republic of Kenya abroad and engaging with international partners on matters of mutual interest. Honorable Speaker, on the basis of committee's observations and the overall assessment of the nominees' suitability for the opposition, the committee was satisfied that Mr. Kosiom Frank Kibele Kenya possesses the necessary qualities to effectively represent the Republic of Kenya in the Kingdom of Denmark. Madam Speaker, allow me to say this. You know, the background of this nominee is that he's a teacher. And unfortunately, this parliament has been legislating, or we've been legislating against certain cadres or professions, you know, being appointed to the positions of ambassadors. And unfortunately so, we've been shooting ourselves on the foot as members of parliament, that once you retire, you cannot take up even board position. We recently legislated on GOE, government-owned enterprises, and NIF, National Infrastructure Fund, that you have to take a break of 5 years for you to serve anywhere in the Republic. I think there's something that we need to reconsider, because after vetting this nominee, we realize that there's a lot of potential, even if someone comes from a different background. Madam Speaker, in seconding this motion, I wish to commend the committee for the diligence with which it undertook the vetting exercise and for thorough report that has been presented to this House. I therefore second this motion and urge honorable members to support the committee's recommendation for approval. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as the ambassador to Copenhagen, Kingdom of Denmark, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185(e), and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Kosiom Frank Olekipelegenya as the ambassador to Copenhagen, Kingdom of Denmark. I put the question. Is that the mood of the House? I therefore put the question that, taking into consideration of the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report of the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as the ambassador to Copenhagen, Kingdom of Denmark, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185(e), and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Kosiom Frank Olekipelegenya as the ambassador to Copenhagen, Kingdom of Denmark. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize in the public gallery this afternoon Vulia Girls Secondary School from Mwala constituency, Machakos County, as they visit Parliament to observe the proceedings. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to the National Lands Commission.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its report approving the hearing nominees' appointment as chairperson and members of the National Land Commission, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252(b) of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Land Commission Act, Cap 281, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the National Land Commission. Number 1, Dr. Abdullahi Sagaf Alawi as the chairperson, Mrs. Susan Kakasa Oyatsi, member, Mr. Daniel Moreithi Muriungi, member, Mr. Kigen Vincent Cheruyot, member, Honorable Dr. Julie Ouma Oseko, member, Honorable Mohammed Abdi Haji Mohammed, member, and lastly, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mary Yane Senator, member. Madam Speaker, the National Land Commission is a constitutional commission established under Article 67 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The commission was operationalized by the National Land Commission Act 2012, the Land Act 2012, and the Land Registration Act 2012. The commission is mandated by the Constitution to perform the following functions. Number 1, manage public land on behalf of both the national and the county governments, investigate on its own initiative or complaints into present and historical land injustices, and recommend appropriate redress. Number 3, to assess tax on land and premiums of immovable properties in any area designated by the law. Number 4, to monitor and have oversight responsibilities over land use planning throughout the country. The commission is led by the chairman and 8 commissioners who are appointed to serve for an unrenewable term of 6 years. Following the operationalization of the commission through the enactment of various statutes, the inaugural group of commissioners were gazetted on February 2013 and began their term in February 23rd, 2013. The second group of commissioners, Madam Speaker, took office in November 15th, 2019, with their term coming to an end in December 2023. So this is the third cohort or group of commissioners that we are presenting to this Honorable House for approval. Madam Speaker, the report contains a record of proceedings of the Departmental Committee on Lands during the approval hearing for nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the National Land Commission. The nominations were forwarded by the selection panel and communicated to the House by the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly on Wednesday, 25th February 2026. The recruitment process leading to the nomination was conducted by a duly constituted selection panel via Gazette Notice number 11212 of 15th August 2025. The process attracted 93 applicants for the position of chairperson and 609 applicants for the position of members of the commission. For the position of the chairperson, the selection panel shortlisted 10 candidates and 51 candidates for the position of members of the commission, all who proceeded to the interview stage. Interviews were held between the 1st and 14th of October 2025 with a pass mark set at 70%. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Article 252 of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Land Commission Act, Section 6 of the Public Appointments Act, and Standing Order number 2165G of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the nomination and accompanying CVs of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Lands for approval hearing and reporting to the House. The Right Honorable Speaker directed the committee to undertake approval hearings and make sure that the report is tabled on the floor of the House business on Wednesday, 11th March 2023, which is today. Subsequently, the Right Honorable Speaker further directed the Clerk of the National Assembly to notify the nominees and public of the date and venue for approval hearing and invited submissions of memoranda regarding the suitability of the nominees. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution, Section 6(3) and 4 of the Public Appointments Act and Standing Order number 45(3) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Clerk of the National Assembly notified the nominees and placed an advertisement in the print media on Thursday, 26th February 2026, informing the nominees and the general public that the Departmental Committee on Lands could conduct approval hearings on Monday, 9th March 2026 in the main chamber, Count Hall Parliament buildings. Madam Speaker, additionally, and pursuant to Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Act, the advertisement by the Clerk of the National Assembly invited the public to submit memorandum by way of written statements on oath on the suitability of each of the nominees. The advertisement indicated that submissions were to be received by Thursday, 5th March 2026 at 5 p.m. Further, the Clerk of the National Assembly, through letter dated 26th February 2026, wrote to Ethics and Anti-Corruption, EACC, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, Kenya Revenue Authority, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, seeking references and background checks relating to the suitability of the nominees. Madam Speaker, by close of submission deadline, the committee had received memoranda from public. 3 memoranda received were all undelivered to the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly. Equal all the memoranda did not comply with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Act. The memoranda included written statements that were not made on oath, were not accompanied by supporting evidence, and did not raise objections regarding the suitability of the nominees for appointment. Consequently, the committee resolved to consider the statements and submissions. The detailed analysis, Madam Speaker, is contained in the main committee report. Honorable Speaker, the nominees appeared before the committee on Monday, 9th March 2026, as scheduled, and the committee examined their suitability based on the criteria set out on Section 7 of the Public Appointments Act. The committee considered the constitutional and statutory requirements related to the office in question and the suitability of the nominees for the proposed appointments, considering whether the nominees' abilities, experience, and qualities were suited to the National Land Commission. Furthermore, the committee examined the nominees' academic credentials, relevant professional training and experience, knowledge of the sector issues, and personal integrity in accordance to Section 6, 7, and 8 of the Public Appointments Act. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 8 of the National Land Commission Act and Section 67, 68, and number 7 of the Public Appointments Act, the committee observed as follows. Number 1, the first candidate or the first nominee, Dr. Abdullahi Sagaf Alawi. The nominee holds a doctorate degree in agriculture, education, research methods, and program evaluation from Ohio State University in USA. He also holds a Master's of Science, Agriculture and International Development from the same university, a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Economics from the same university, and a Diploma in Agriculture from Egerton University. The nominee has distinguished career in land management, administration. He also demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on the position to which he had been nominated. and has, per the committee, the requisite abilities and professional experience in land management and administration and the management of natural resources, and has what it takes to be approved for appointment. Number 2, Mrs. Susan Hakasa Oyatsi. The nominee holds a master's in business administration from the University of Nairobi, a Bachelor of Arts from Kenyatta University. The nominee is a fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and she was awarded by the Institute of Certificate of Accountants of Kenya in 2021. That's the fellow, that designation. The nominee has a distinguished career in public accounting and administration. She demonstrated knowledge of topical and administrative and technical issues touching on the position to which she has been nominated, and has the requisite abilities and professional experience in public administration and management of resources, and has the requisite abilities to be approved for appointment. Madam Speaker, the third nominee is Mr. Daniel Mureithi Muriungi. The nominee holds a Master's of Science in Environment Planning and Management from Kenyatta University, a postgraduate diploma from Kenya School of Law, a Bachelor of Laws from University of Nairobi, and a diploma in law from the Kenya School of Profession. The nominee, according to the recommendation or the observations made by the committee, also fits the bill. Number 4, we have Mr. Keegan Vincent Cheruyot. Vincent Cheruyot holds a Master's of Public Policy Administration from African International University, Bachelor of Arts, Leadership and Management from St. Paul's University. He is also doing at the moment a PhD in Leadership and Governance from Jomo Kenyatta University. When the committee did assess the qualifications and the experience that Vincent has, they also thought he met all the requirements to be appointed as a commissioner in the National Land Commission. Madam Speaker, we also had the 5th nominee, Honorable Dr. Julie Ouma Oseko. The nominee holds a doctorate degree in constitutional law and justice system from University of Leicester, which is in UK, Masters of Law in Public International Law from the University of Nairobi, postgraduate diploma from the Kenya School of Law, Bachelor of Laws from University of Nairobi, and a certificate from the Institute of Certified Secretaries. The nominee has a distinguished career as a judicial practitioner. She also demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on the position to which she has been nominated. And it's the feeling of the committee that she also fits the bill. Number 6 is the Honorable Mohammed Abdi Haji Mohammed. The nominee holds a master's in business administration, health, leadership, and management from USIU, Bachelor's of Laws from the University of Nairobi, and a diploma in clinical medicine from Kenya Medical Training College. The nominee has a distinguished career in public administration. He also demonstrated knowledge of the topical issues, administrative and technical issues, touching on the position that he has been nominated. And I also want to note, Madam Speaker, that it so happens that this Mohammed Abdi Haji also served as a member of parliament.
The second thing that I wanted to talk about here is that the leader of majority alluded to this. If you look at the commissions that we've had, the National Land Commission, this is a cohort 3. I don't want to believe, I believe that the first and the second didn't do much, in my view. They didn't do much. And this commission, this one that we are coming up with, really has some job cut out for it. In our land tenure system, we basically have 3 clear interests. They are private, they are community, and they are public.
And if you look at in terms of the geography and the overall coverage of land that we have in this country, over 60% is basically public. And do you remember, I don't know if the leader of majority may want to hear this, that none of the two commissions that we've had before had an inventory of public land in this country. So what is it that is happening that a manager of public land, given the function by the commission, ends up in 6 years without an inventory of public land, meaning they don't know where the public land is, which ones don't have. So what I'm trying to say is this, that this, the third cohort of the National Land Commission, commissioners, really have to get out to work to help this country. We have a big problem, and there's no way. ADC disposes land. Any other public institution disposes land. Under what law are they disposing these lands when the disposal arrangements are supposed to be the National Land Commission? So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that the National Land Commission, this third cohort, must sit down and look at the issue of public land properly. The issue of disputes, there are some disputes that even the Constitution allows for alternative arrangements for settling disputes. Some disputes are disputes that don't need to go to court. There are things that can be sorted out very, very easily. But then we have allowed this to go on. A dispute gives birth to another, so that we end up with land disputes that don't make sense. And we are ending up with lands that are not in use because of disputes. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is, I don't have any doubt in terms of what the qualification of the commissioners, the nominees. And I also confirm that there's still 2 spaces to be occupied in time. And I also want to confirm that our committee made the arrangement that these guys, the concerns, particularly from the surveyors institution, were valid and they have the space, such that when next appointments come in, they need to be looked at. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, but those are the main concerns.
MP for Kajiado West, is it West? Followed by Mayaka, Madam. Give him the mic. I think you can make a very, very
thank you.
Comprehensive presentation in even 3 minutes to give more opportunities to more members of parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. More of your colleagues. Yeah.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you and appreciate the appointment of the National Land Commission, that this is a team whereby it's a face of Kenya. They define every almost community, and especially the marginalized are in this list. And at the same time, appreciate the President of the Republic of Kenya, that most communities, and especially the community of Ma, are the most communities that are facing a lot of challenges on issues of our lands. I find the Honorable Mary Senator, who was then the women rep for Kajiado County in 2013 at 2027, and a senator in 2017 to 2022, who is a very qualified administrator and a leader, that she demonstrates leadership in many positions. That I want to take this opportunity to appreciate her appointment, the appointment of Honorable Mohammed Abdi, who is also another pastoralist, the Honorable Kigen, Finison, along others. That there are so many issues in Kenya, and especially the marginalized communities. You find a place in my constituency, the whole world of 240,000 acres of land that some group get in that area years ago. They took all their title deeds against the wishes of the people living in that place, a place called Mosiro, a whole world. That when the President William Ruto was campaigning in 2022, he took the whole team to the area campaigning. That even Kebaki visited the area, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. It is a very known place that even every election, every politician must find themselves in that place. I concur with this appointment that I know they will sort many issues around the whole Kenya, that those problems that our people are facing that will be dealt with. At the same time, you will find almost 100% of the secondary school and primary school, no one that you will find with a title deed. It is another issue that this commission need to deal with. So I take this opportunity to support. Thank you.
Madam Mayaka, followed by Rindikiri. And if you, like I put it, you give an opportunity to your colleagues by just taking a few minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity to also add my voice to this particular report and to support it, and to thank the Honorable Josh Nyamoko, the Chair of the Committee on Lands, for giving us this particular report. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support these particular nominations. And first of all, just to ensure that we are not casting aspersions on this particular committee. Honorable Speaker, if members could take an opportunity and time to look at the Lands Commission Act, Cap 281, and specifically Article 8, Part 1 and Part 2, it lays down clearly the qualifications for the person who can be nominated and appointed as the chairperson and members of this committee. And I just want to inform the House that this committee, having looked at their report, did take into consideration the requirements of that particular act. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is to acknowledge the fact that these appointments actually have taken into consideration the diversity of our nation, that there is inclusivity from different parts of our region. And Honorable Speaker, yesterday when we were being given a report of the 10-point agenda, I remember one of the things that our ODM party leader, Dr. Oburu Oginga, mentioned was that some of these issues, like for example, point number 2, which speaks about inclusivity in public life, is a continuous exercise. It is not something that has an expiry time. So us ensuring that all the appointments that come through this House adhere to the fact that they are fair and there is equal distribution across the country is very important. Secondly is on point number 5 that talks about leadership and integrity, that ensuring that the appointees are actually people who have good integrity and that have had experience in the leadership space. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of gender, also to acknowledge the fact that this particular nomination list actually adheres to the gender qualification. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to wish the nominees the very best and to tell them to ensure that the land issues that we have in this country are extremely sensitive, extremely urgent, and they need a lot of work. So we want to tell them that as soon as they are officially sworn into office, that they wear their working boots and get straight to work. With those few remarks, I do support and I submit. I thank you.
MP Rindikiri, I gave it to Rindikiri, followed by Keses.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this report, and I want to say, for the first time, we have seen nominations speak from all over the country. Mr. Speaker, The issues of qualification is not an issue at this particular point in time because the committee has deliberated on them and presented the true picture of their qualifications, which I totally agree. Mr. Speaker, I personally know David Morethi Muriongi, a very astute lawyer, a very person who is conversant with land matters. I personally know Mary Senator. I personally know Keegan Vincent Cheliot. I have no doubt they are going to form part of this team because where they have come from is a demonstration they have the capacity to do so. Mr. Speaker, I join the other members in stating as follows. One, the land matters in this country is a very emotive. And you need serious people to deal with these matters for short-term and long-term benefit to this economy. Land is basically the only asset that we have, the asset that is constant, the asset that the entire population, as it is increasing, are occupying. Mr. Speaker, we have seen issues of people fighting because of land. We have seen families fighting because of land. The reason being is because we don't have a very nice standard way of sorting out the land disputes. Mr. Speaker, it is through the intervention of National Land Commission that we have seen reduction in interference with private properties. Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking to you now, there is a private developer who has closed a public road and made it his property. It is the intervention of the National Land Commission that is now called upon because it is the custodian of public land in this country. Mr. Speaker, I come from an area where we are bordering Laikipia and Isiolo. Were it not of the constant interference of the National Land Commission, many communities would be fighting. The National Land Commission has stood firm and ensured the beacons that demarcate the two counties are observed. As I'm talking to you right now, we have a land dispute with a private developer who has encroached and grabbed a community land. It is only through National Land Commission that the community have found their hope. This private developer with an history of a strong family in this country has taken over 70 acres of an area that is supposed to be developed as a municipality for our Timau, land in Timau. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot have a qualified land dispute resolution mechanism, then we will be opening up fronts of wars. I have no doubt in my mind that this commission, with this qualification, they will be dealing with those matters. Mr. Speaker, land grabbing is very serious. The custodian of public lands is the National Land Commission. Mr. Speaker, I have experienced where private developers have been given titles by the Minister of Lands, the land belonging to the schools. It's not one, it's not two, it's not three. In Bori, we have a school called Jotene, we have a school called Nkiria, we have a school called Ceremony, and all these schools are public. And when we want to discover, we want to go to the National Land Commission. They are the ones who have saved the situation to come back again to the public. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about is a serious matter, and we need serious people to deal with these land matters. And I'm happy to note that Dr. Julie, I know Dr. Julie because we were with her husband in college. And I know what she has gone through, just like you said, Mr. Speaker, when you are speaking. These are people of high integrity. You can be qualified, but you have no integrity. You can be qualified, but you have no experience of dealing with some matters like this. I believe for the first time, we have national land commissioners who are ready to hold this matter end on and move on. The president is trying to put this country into order. And what the committee has done is to try and put order at the National Land Commission through forwarding names of people who are qualified and who are courageous enough and people of high integrity. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is the best time and we need to support this committee and tell them thank you very much for giving us a commission that is going to solve a serious problem in that of land in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Julius Ruto, the MP for Keses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. May I also join my colleagues in commending the work done by the Committee of Lands on vetting and submitting the nominees, the names of the nominees to this honorable house for approval for them to be in office. And Mr. Speaker, I think that earlier before there was a debate on the qualification of these particular commissioners. But I want to ask this for the people or for someone who are saying this, because every vetting and every appointment is guided by instruments which have been provided. One of it is a constitution, chapter 6 of our constitution, which has laid down grounds of each and every person who can be appointed or be called on to hold a public office. And to my best of my knowledge and the report that I've seen from the committee, all the commissioners who have been placed here, the nominees who are here, all of them met chapter 6. And for that purpose, there's no question as to their competence and or doubt on their integrity, because the committee did their work thoroughly. But Mr. Speaker, as I wish to congratulate them for qualifying to this level, we want to appreciate the appointing authority for looking at the face of Kenya, listening and collecting the names of these particular nominees actually reflects all the dimensions of our country. It reflects all the ethnicity groups of our country. It reflects all the geographical distribution of this nation. And for that purpose, we want to appreciate. But Mr. Speaker, there's some few issues that I want to raise across. Main issue which I've heard many members speak about are the aspect of the protection of public lands. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that is so thorny. The formers and the founders of this nation knew very well that as the nation is growing, as the population is growing, demands will be changing. And the need of land as a critical factor of protection has to be preserved. But as we speak right now, many cities, including Eldoret, we've seen the loss of many public lands through the aspect of people allocating itself or misallocation through wrong administration, and even those people who have grabbed public utility. And I want to single out some few lands in Eldoret, especially within my constituency. If you go to Eldoret now, the Eldoret city, along the old Nairobi Road, you will see a lot of perimeter walls that are being raised on the non-public facilities. Remember, I was serving there as a county executive committee member of finance. And I have all the data and information, and privilege of the information of the assets that we had.
What is out of order, Honorable Charles Ngusia?
Mr. Speaker, I'm studying on point of order. Okay, I was studying orders 95, based on the mood of the House. And most of the members are just repeating what they have said. Can the mover be called to reply?
I'll put the question after Honorable Julius Ruto completes his submissions. It is ultimately for the House to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying this, that what we are witnessing as residents of Eldoret is something that is so embarrassing, something that is so perplexing. To see the protected facilities which had been protected by the earlier authorities for the sake of the future utilization, we see now private people have taken over. They are constructing new structures, they are constructing new perimeters on it, and it gives fear now on the future utility of this. But there is a huge problem that I would want to single out, and I would want to invite the new commission that are coming in. If you come to annex part of Eldoret, it's a new site that Eldoret is expanding to. There is a lot of business that is coming up. That is where Moi University School of Law is situated, and the population is growing. But we have a problem because the land that had been earmarked, if you look at the map that the ETEC, the former East African Turning, had provided almost 30 acres for it to be used. As we speak right now, there are people, there are activities who are happening there. We don't know the people who are in there. And the fear is this: we don't have a place now to provide basic services for this population. We don't have a place to construct police station. We don't have a place to put schools. We don't have a place to put healthy facilities. We don't have a place to put marketplaces for this population who are coming here. I want to bring out this one so that this commission will take as part of their first duty to visit that area and be able to reclaim back those particular parcels, as they did earlier. The current place where the district hospital had been taken by somebody, a big man, of course, earlier before, but the land commission came in and they have restored it back now. So we have a facility within the town that is able to address the risk, accidents and emergencies within the town because of the good work done by the Lands Commission. But earlier before, someone had taken over, built businesses, but because of the good work that the National Land Commission did, that land was restored. And I want to call upon this new Land Commission that is coming in to give attention to the public utilities. Otherwise, the future generations that we are protecting now will have no place to address their service delivery if we go at the rate where we are going, where the current administration are sleeping in their work, or they are facilitating either way the theft of public lands. And with that I've said, I want to support this commission as I request them to take their decisive work and protect the available land. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Charles Ngusia, standing at his place and invoking standing order number 95, has asked that the mover be called upon to reply. I now put the question for your decision, that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover. Mover, give the mover the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for again giving me the chance to reply.
Honorable
Speaker, I want
members,
to take
the mover
this,
will be heard in silence. And remember, there is a way we raise points of order. I'm not seeing any on the screen here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the members who have given their contributions and their views on this motion. I want to give them assurance that we've taken notes, and I know the expectations, especially for the National Land Commission, they are many, and we'll try to make sure that they are escalated. Otherwise, I'll want to take this opportunity to ask the members to support so that then we can move to the second level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You should have asked when you were standing.
I've replied. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Can the chairperson approach the speaker, the mover? Yeah, so honorable members, the mover having replied, I now put the following question. May those who are standing take their seats. You can't raise a point of order when the speaker is on his feet, Honorable Wandeto. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its reports on the approval hearing of nominees for appointments as chairperson and members of the National Land Commission laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Land Commission Act, Cap 280, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Chapter 7F of the Laws of Kenya, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the National Land Commission. 1, Dr. Abdullahi Sagaf Alawi, Chairperson. 2, Ms. Susan Kakasa Oyatsi, Member. 3, Mr. Daniel Murithi Muriungi, Member. 4, Mr. Kigen Vincent Cheriot, Member. 5, the Honorable Dr. Julie Ouma Oseko, Member. 6, the Honorable Mohamed Abdi Haji Mohamed, Member. And 7, Honorable Mary Yane Senator, Member. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Yes, the ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the government of Kenya.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have prepared some slides. I will ask the ICT team to put them up on the screens.
The ICT team. Honorable members, this is a big one.
And also, it's important to mention, Honorable Speaker,
this
we've also
is
prepared
the famous sessional paper number 3 on the proposed divestiture of some shares owned by the government in Safaricom PLC. Is our ICT team there? I direct you move. You move as the ICT team. Or you want...
Try to move together.
What you are moving to be displayed?
Yep.
No, he's requesting that it be displayed.
It's okay.
Yeah, so proceed.
All right.
It will be shown as you proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, I have also prepared a summary of printed notes that I've distributed to members for your comfort. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise to move that this House adopts the joint reports on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of session paper number 3 of 2025 on the partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the government of Kenya, laid on the table of the House yesterday, the 10th of March 2026, and that A, resolves that pursuant to the provisions of Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412, that this House approves the session paper number 3 of 2025 on the partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC by the government of Kenya, and further resolves that the effective date for the approval will be the 1st of April 2026, or such a later date when all regulatory approvals that form condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement shall have been obtained. And 2, that the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury shall, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals in line with the condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement, undertake and complete the transaction through the block trade platform of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And 3, that the government of Kenya shall receive Kenya shillings 40.2
billion shillings, that is 40,200,000,000 shillings, as upfront payment in lieu of future dividends on the residual 20% shareholding as per the dividend purchase agreement. And 4, that notwithstanding anything contained in the share purchase agreement and the dividend purchase agreement, the proceeds of the divestiture shall be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. And 5, that to safeguard against loss of jobs for existing staff, there shall be no acquisition-related redundancies in Safaricom PLC. And that 6, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall ensure that within 10 years of the divestiture, there shall not be material change to the current shared prosperity business model in Safaricom PLC that will prejudice the existing Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners. So, Honorable Speaker, the sessional paper was tabled before this House on 4th of December 2025 and subsequently committed to consideration by a joint committee of Finance and National Planning and that of Public Debt and Privatization. So, Honorable Speaker, the matter before this House concerns the proposed partial divestiture of Government of Kenya shareholding in Safaricom PLC, one of the country's most valuable and strategic significant listed companies. Honorable Speaker, on the 4th of December, the government entered into an agreement with Vodacom Group under which Vodacom acquired 15%, under which Vodacom would acquire 15% of government's at 5% shareholding Safaricom PLC. This transaction involves the sale of 6,9,486,980 ordinary shares at a negotiated price of Kenya shillings 34 per share, translating to a total sale value of 204,300,000,000 shillings. In addition, the government is proposing to monetize part of its future dividend rights on the shareholding, on the 20% shareholding, through an upfront payment arrangement.
Order, Honorable Kimani. Order. Honorable Kimani, I know you, being the brilliant finance person you are, you've got your notes. But we have some basic rules in the House. You first of all move the motion verbatim as it is on the order paper. Once you have moved it, then you can put in all the additional notes and additional what you call substantiations and additional clarifications. But first of all, you move it as it is, and you can see that this House adapts, and then proceed on that all the way until you have exhausted that to the last person. It says agents and other business partners. Proceed.
Thank you for your guidance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a joint report on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of session paper number 3 of 2025 on the partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by GOK, laid on the table of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 10th of March, 2026. And that A, resolves that pursuant to the provisions of Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, that this House approves the session paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture of Safaricom by Government of Kenya. And B, further resolves as follows, that the effective date for the approval shall be the 1st of April 2026, or such a later date when all regulatory approvals that form condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement shall have been obtained. And 2, that the completion, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals in line with the condition precedent paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement, undertake and complete the transaction through the block trade platform of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And on upfront payment to be made in lieu of future dividends. 3, that the Government of Kenya shall receive Kenya shillings 40,200,000,000, that is 40.2 billion shillings as upfront payment in lieu of future dividends on the residual 20% shareholding as per the dividend purchase agreement. And 4, on the proceeds to be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund, that notwithstanding anything contained in the share purchase agreement and the dividend purchase agreement, the proceeds of the divestiture shall be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. And 5, that to safeguard against loss of jobs for existing staff, there shall not be any acquisition-related redundancies at Safaricom PLC. And 6, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall ensure that within 10 years of the divestiture, there shall not be a material change on the current shared prosperity business model in Safaricom PLC that will jeopardize the existing Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners.
Proceed. Now you can do all the clarification and all the additional information that you want to give and explain, yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will continue from where I left, that following the completion of the transaction, the shareholding structure of PLC will change significantly. The stake held by Vodacom Group will increase from that 9.9% to approximately 54.9%, thereby giving it a majority shareholding, the majority ownership of the company, while the government's shareholding will reduce from that 5% to 20%. The remaining 25.1% shareholding held by other investors will remain unchanged, thereby preserving broad public participation through Nairobi Securities Exchange. This structure allows the government to unlock capital for strategic investments while maintaining a significant stake in Safaricom PLC and preserving the company's status as a publicly listed enterprise. On public participation and stakeholder engagements, Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to briefly take members through the journey of the government's divestiture of Safaricom, of shares in Safaricom. Honorable Speaker, Safaricom was established in 1997 as a subsidiary of Telkom Kenya, with the government of Kenya as a principal shareholder. In the year 2000, a strategic partnership was formed with the Vodacom Group, which acquired a 40% stake, where the government retained a 60% shareholding. So, Honorable Speaker, in 2008, the government undertook the first major divestiture through an IPO, initial public offering. During this process, 25% of the company's shares, which is around 10 billion shares, were offered to the public at a price of 5 shillings per share, thereby raising 50 billion shillings. Following this transaction, the government's shareholding reduced to 35%. Vodacom retained 40%, while 25% was held by the public. Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we mention this is not the first time that the government of Kenya is offsetting its shares, as you see in the IPO of 2008, where the government of Kenya offset 10 billion shares at a cost of 5 shillings per share, and that's what reduced the shareholding to that 5%. Between 2010 and 2021, the government maintained its 35% shareholding. However, in 2021, Vodacom Group transferred part of its Safaricom stake to Vodacom Group, thereby strengthening Vodacom's role as a strategic investor in this company. On public participation and stakeholder engagement, in compliance with Article 118 of the Constitution, the Joint Committee undertook extensive public participation to ensure that the views of Kenyans informed its deliberations. The committee engaged at least 68 stakeholder institutions drawn from government entities, regulators, professional associations, private sector entities, civil society organizations, labor representatives, and key industry players. Further, Honorable Speaker, the Joint Committee held public participation fora in at least 30 counties, enabling citizens to present their views on this particular session of paper. Honorable Speaker, these engagements were very critical in helping the committee understand the broad socio-economical, societal, economical, and fiscal implications of this transaction, and also picking up the views of the common mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, Chapter 4 of our Joint Committee report identifies the main concerns that were raised from the public in relation to this proposed divestiture, as among others, the evaluation process of shares, the physical implications of the transactions to Kenyans, governance safeguards upon Vodacom assuming majority shareholding, employment protection of the current Safaricom PLC staff, dangers of change of business model with Safaricom PLC to the disadvantage to farm business partners such as dealers and agents, consumer protection from review of service tariffs, and data sovereignty and national security implications. So, it's imperative to explain here, Honorable Speaker, when you move around the country and see the green shops, what we call the Safaricom shops, those shops are not owned by Safaricom PLC. Those are investments by business people who are called dealers. When you buy a SIM card, you know some of those SIM cards are given for free. The current contractual arrangement between those dealers and Safaricom PLC is that they get what's called residual income from airtime that will be bought on those SIM cards, or M-Pesa transactions are going to appear to be made on those transactions. And therefore, there was a very key, Honorable Speaker, concern from Kenyans, and these dealers and agents, they have really invested in this business. The agents, the M-Pesa, the Safaricom dealers and agents are the drivers of Safaricom products in the country. And therefore, it is very important that even if this House approves this particular divestiture, we ensure that and guarantee that that's business model or those particular business people, their interests are taken care of, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at this chunk, let me dwell on these valid public concerns. On the valuation of Safaricom PLC, Honorable Speaker, on this matter on the valuation of Safaricom shares, the Joint Committee observed that the National Treasury engaged Kenya Commercial Bank KCB Investment Bank Limited on November 2025 to undertake an independent valuation of Safaricom PLC shares. Honorable Speaker, in undertaking the valuation, several recognized economic methodologies were applied, including, and not limited to, discounted cash flow, discounted dividend model, enterprise value divided by EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortization multiples, and price to earnings multiples. The resulting valuations, Honorable Speaker, range from approximately 10.62 shillings as a value per share to 33.5 shillings per share, depending on the methodology used. Honorable Speaker, it suffices, therefore, to say that the final negotiated price of Kenya shillings 34 per share, therefore, reflects a value above the upper range of several valuation benchmarks. Where this methodology was technically robust, the committee emphasized that there is the importance of better disclosures in future transactions, including disclosure of key assumptions and independent fairness confirmations. Honorable Speaker, all the methods, economic models available globally for valuation of shares are known. And they are, as outlined, the discounted cash flow method, the EV of EBITDA multiples, and price to earnings multiples. And all these methods, when applied by this very valuable investment bank, that is KCB Investment Bank, gave the share price of Safaricom between 10.62 and 33.5 shillings per share. And therefore, it is a considered view of the Joint Committee that therefore the price that is being negotiated at 34 is a premium price and is way above the upper range of any of the prices arrived at through the various economic valuation models used by KCB Investment Bank. Honorable Speaker, on the matter of pricing, it will be remembered that at the time when the session paper was tabled, the 6-month volume weighted average price, what we call VWAP, of Safaricom PLC shares as at December 2025 stood at approximately 27 shillings and 50 cents per share. Honorable Speaker, what do we mean by 6-month volume weighted average price? This is calculated by taking the cumulative Kenya shillings value of all trades, that is price X volume, over the 6-month period and dividing it by the total volume of shares traded during that same time. Honorable Speaker, this indicator is important as it helps investors and analysts identify whether a stock is currently trading above or below its average price, serving as a long-term dynamic way to evaluate a stock of security. And therefore, it's very important to note that therefore this weighted average price, Honorable Speaker, gave the share price at 27.5 shillings per share. Following the tabling of the session paper, the share price appreciated significantly to approximately 36 shillings per share on 31 shillings per share, on 11 March 2026, aligning closely to the proposed transaction price. Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding this upward movement, the 6-month value weighted average price as at February 26, 2026 remained at approximately 29.95 shillings per share, where the negotiated transaction price is 34 shillings. And therefore, this represents a premium of about 15.2 to 15.8% above the prevailing market rate. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a joint committee view that therefore the negotiation price still reflects a reasonable premium over historical trading levels while aligning with subsequent market movements, reinforcing investor confidence and minimizing undervaluation risks. It's very important, Honorable Speaker, to note that this increase in price from 27 shillings to the highest of 31 is a result of information signaling Because having an institution like Vodacom invest over 200 billion shillings in Safaricom shows that, Honorable Speaker, they are confident about that share, they are confident about their business, they are confident about our market. And therefore, the information signaling therefore went to the market, and therefore the demand for Safaricom shares increased more than even the supply, and this is what raised the price to that 1 shillings, Honorable Speaker, per share. And it's important to mention, Honorable Speaker, because I've had discussions that maybe the value of this shares could be more than that, could be 40 or 50, whatever it is. And I want to challenge everyone in this House, Honorable Speaker. The fact that these shares are trading freely in the Nairobi Securities Exchange would mean that if any investor would go to the Nairobi Securities Exchange and signal to the market that they are willing to buy shares at, say, 40 shillings per share, everyone would want to sell their shares to that particular investor because the market value is way less than that. And therefore, on the question of whether other investors can buy these shares at a high price, I encourage them, please go to NSC, go to your nearest agent and buy those shares at whatever price that you think is a reasonable market price for this particular shares, Honorable Speaker. The Joint Committee considered public concerns, Honorable Speaker, regarding whether alternative strategic investors, Kenya or international, were evaluated before selecting Vodacom Group. The committee noted that negotiating with an existing strategic shareholder reduces execution risks, preserves governance stability, and minimizes market volatility. Alternative disposal options, which would include public offerings and close listing, were considered but found to carry risks such as downward pressure on share prices and exposure to foreign market volatility. The committee therefore concluded that engaging Vodacom as a strategic investor provides greater certainty and stability, while recommending that future divestitures should be clearly documented. Future divestitures should clearly document the rationale for buyer selection to enhance transparency and public confidence. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of dividend entitled for the 25 financial year, Honorable Speaker, the Joint Committee observed that the schedule paper does not clearly specify entitlement to dividends declared for the 2025 financial year, particularly if the divestiture is approved and completed before Safaricom's PLC financial year, which ends on 31st of March 2026. The sessional paper also does not clarify whether the transaction is structured on what we call ex-dividend or cum-dividend basis. Honorable Speaker, this lack of explicit clarification creates uncertainty regarding the implication of the effective transaction value. Dividend entitlement materially affects the net consideration to government and therefore requires clear disclosure to avoid ambiguity, unintended revenue loss, or post-completion disputes. Honorable Speaker, under Section 142 of the Companies Act, Cap 486, dividends declared by a company are payable to shareholders registered in the company's register at the time of declaration, unless the company's article of association provided otherwise. Accordingly, the government, as a shareholder for the full 2025 financial year, is legally entitled to any dividends declared for that year, even if the divestiture is completed before the transaction year closes. The transaction must also clearly specify whether it is an ex-dividend basis or where the buyer does not receive the dividend, or a cum-dividend basis where the buyer is entitled to dividend. Honorable Speaker, it is a joint committee position that the government should receive all dividends declared for the 2025 financial year as it held the shares throughout this period. This entitlement is in addition to the proposed transaction consideration of the 204 billion shillings, which does not include the 2025 financial year dividends. Clear structure in this matter will safeguard public revenues and prevent post-completion disputes. And Honorable Speaker, as we note in our recommendations as part of the other paper, that's why we are recommending that this transaction can only be completed on or after the 1st of April 2026, so that we ensure that the government of Kenya benefits or is paid full dividends for this particular financial, because we have held these shares for this whole financial, Honorable Speaker. The Joint Committee on Matters of National Security that was raised, because Honorable Speaker, members of the public were asking, this Safaricom holds a lot of data. It is the one that we use to transmit data during elections. It is one of the greatest investors in terms of technology used in SHA, and that contains our medical records. It has so many, M-Pesa now has the largest M-Pesa transaction value across Kenya, Honorable Speaker, even higher than several banks. And therefore, on this particular issue, This was therefore raised as a key concern on matters of national security. Its networks and platforms support government communications, payment, and financial flows, all of which are critical to the smooth functioning of public services and the stability of the economy. Notably, Speaker, the M-Pesa platform serves over 32 million active users and processes approximately 95% of all retail payment transactions in Kenya, highlighting the systematic importance of Safaricom infrastructure. The committee further observed that under Section 4 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, Cap 79C, Safaricom PLC, as an owner and operator of critical information infrastructure, is required to report any imminent threats to the systems to the National Computer Cybercrimes Coordination Joint Committee, NC4. NC4, in turn, reports to the National Security Council, which provides technical assistance and guidance to mitigate such threats. The intended partial divestiture will not reduce Safaricom's responsibilities under these legal frameworks, nor will it negatively impact the protection and resilience of critical infrastructure. So the Joint Committee position is that all necessary safeguards must continue to be maintained to ensure uninterrupted operations, protect systematically important networks, and preserve national stability. The Joint Committee notes that the partial divestiture will not compromise the security and reliability of Safaricom PLC's network, which remains vital to Kenya's economic and national security interests. On the issue of data sovereignty and digital infrastructure, as raised during public participation, the Joint Committee noted that Safaricom's digital infrastructure, particularly the M-Pesa platforms, is systematically important and underpins Kenya's entire financial ecosystem. Given its role in facilitating financial transactions, digital payments, and access to financial services for millions of citizens, the protection of digital data and adherence to data sovereignty principles are very, very critical. Public concerns have been raised regarding the risk that sensitive citizen information could be processed offshore or come under foreign jurisdictional control, potentially undermining national security and privacy. The Joint Committee, Honorable Speaker, emphasized that the principle of data sovereignty will continue to be fully upheld following the partial divestiture. All digital data generated by Safaricom will remain subject to the Kenyan law, including Article 31C and D of the Constitution, which guarantees that the Right to Privacy and Data Protection Act that this House passed in 2019, which governs the processing of personal data and outlines the rights of data subjects, as well as obligations of data controllers and processors. Compliance with these laws, alongside Section 25, 26, and 41 of the Data Protection Cap 411C, ensures that citizens' data remains securely protected within the Kenyan jurisdiction. The change of shareholding, Honorable Speaker, does not change the need for compliance with Kenyan laws, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of legal and constitutional frameworks, the Joint Committee observed that the proposed partial divestiture is firmly grounded on Kenya's existing legal and regulatory frameworks, ensuring that the transaction is conducted with transparency, accountability, and safeguards for public resources. And in particular, Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A. Honorable Speaker, I see.
Granted, 5 more minutes under the relevant standing order provisions.
Thank you very much. So in particular, I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, provides a legal authority for the government to divest shares in state corporations. This section ensures that all divestiture transactions are executed in a manner that maximizes the value for the public while adhering to sound financial management principles. It's very important to note that this divestiture does not fall under the Provision Act of 2025 because the Provision Act, Section 4 of the Act, excludes certain types of transactions, which includes this partial divestiture of government shareholding. The legal framework, Honorable Speaker, therefore permits the government to undertake a partial divestiture while retaining a strategic stake in Safaricom PLC. It ensures continued influence over corporate governance, it protects national interests, and provides a clear basis for conducting the transaction in line with Kenya's constitutional and statutory requirements. Honorable Speaker, on business continuity and shared prosperity model, we are urging this House, Honorable Speaker, to approve this transaction with the condition that the share purchase agreement must ensure that there is shared prosperity protection of the over 855 direct employees of Safaricom. That's why we are saying there should not be redundancy-related acquisition-related redundancies, and also ensure there is protection of all those business people that invest in this particular infrastructure of M-Pesa agents and all these Safaricom shops that are across the country. Honorable Speaker, on payment in lieu of future dividends, on the matter of monetized dividends, the Joint Committee noted that the session paper refers to an upfront payment of 40.2 billion shillings by Vodacom in lieu of future dividends on the government residual 20% shareholding. This arrangement is intended to provide immediate fiscal benefits while deferring the government's entitlement to dividends over the next 6 years. Regarding this, the National, Honorable Speaker, for the 40.2 billion figure, the Joint Committee observed that the negotiation appeared to have considered several factors, including the residual value of the company's 20% stake, the premium offered by Vodacom, and timing considerations for cash flow. The government is obligated to pay 55 billion shillings in 6 years, representing the future dividends liability to the residual stake. From a fiscal perspective, the upfront dividend provides immediate liquidity that can be employed to fund strategic infrastructure projects, support government programs, and strengthen cash flow management. The committee observed that receiving 40.2 billion shillings now and repaying 55 billion shillings in 6 years implies a funding cost of 5.6%, which is significantly lower than the prevailing sovereign yield of 11.3% for the same tenor. So receiving that 40.2 billion shillings now and receiving that and paying 55 billion shillings in 6 years is at an interest rate of 5.6%, which is way, way lower than the prevailing sovereign yield of 11.3 shillings. On the present value basis, the future repayment of 55 billion shillings discounted at the current market rates is worth approximately 29.3 billion today. So where the government receives the 40.2 billion shillings upfront, this represents a net gain of 10.9 billion shillings. So receiving, in short, Honorable Speaker, receiving 40 billion shillings now in lieu of dividends would be approximately, the future value of that would be, the present value of that money, if received in the next 6 years, would be 29.3 billion. And therefore, this is a net gain of 10.9 billion shillings. Further, if the 10.2 billion shillings is invested at prevailing market rates, it could grow to approximately 75 billion shillings in 6 years, meaning that the retirement obligation of 55 billion shillings is 20 billion shillings below the fair future value, effectively representing a financial concession by Vodacom. The Joint Committee therefore noted that Safaricom's PLC's strong historical performance and projected growth projected growth trajectory make it possible that the 55 billion shillings repayment could be realized even before the end of the 6-year period, reinforcing the advantageous nature of the transaction for the government. Therefore, the Joint Committee is of the view that the proposed upfront dividend arrangement is financially favorable, both from present value and future value perspectives. It provides the government with immediate fiscal resource, ensures a repayment obligation below market-determined cost of funds, and offers a strategically advantageous mechanism for unlocking liquidity when maintaining future dividend rights. On ring-fencing these particular funds, Honorable Speaker, I thank this Honorable House that last week we passed the Infrastructure Fund Bill, now Infrastructure Fund Act. So we have expressly provided that the total 244.2 billion shillings shall be deposited at an account of the National Infrastructure Fund at the Central Bank of Kenya. And this will ensure that this particular process will only be spent as per the mandate that this Honorable House approved of on the Infrastructure Fund Act now, Bill now Act, Honorable Speaker. In respect to various parties' commitments contained in sessional paper, the Joint Committee observed that several commitments made by Vodacom in sessional paper are not expressly reflected in the share price agreement. And therefore, we are recommending that this House, for this to approve this sale, there must be express provisions in the sale purchase agreement for the following. That the effect of this particular transaction will be 1st of April 2026, so that ensures that we get the dividends for this particular financial year. That the trade will be done through the block trade platform at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. That there must be safeguards to protect the interest of the employees, shared prosperity for the dealers and agents, Honorable Speaker, and most importantly, the M-Pesa Foundation and Safaricom foundation CSR projects are taken care of. In addition, Honorable Speaker, we noted that although it's on the sessional paper, on the appointment of board members and making sure that the leadership of Safaricom remains to be done by a Kenyan, that is not explicit in the sale purchase agreement, and we asked that this House agrees with us to expressly to approve that that should expressly be provided for in the share price agreement between Vodacom and the government of Kenya. And with those many remarks, I want to thank the Joint Committee for tirelessly moving around 30 different counties. And I must single out yourself, Honorable Speaker. You led a team, and must single out members in this House. The Honorable CPA Ruto led another team. The Honorable Dr. Ariko there led another team. The Honorable Kwenya there led another team. And all those members of the committee who devoted themselves to move around this particular country asking for the views of the public, and the great secretariat team that facilitated this, that made sure that this historical moment was done within the law, was done effectively, efficiently, and the views of our stakeholders and the members of the public counted in the report that we tabled this afternoon. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and request the great man, the Member of Parliament for Kinangop. You know, Honorable Speaker, the MP for Kinangop, Honorable Zach Kwenya, I tell him he's not having a second term, he's having a third term. Because being elected on a Jubilee ticket in Nyandarua in the last election was a very tall order. So I want to ask him to second this particular motion and thank the great people of Kinangop for giving us such an astute man who is also chairman of our SACCO and made sure that we got good dividends this particular year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and ask Honorable Zakonya to second.
The Honorable Tuku Kwenya.
Speaker, with that kind of accolades coming from the Chairman Finance and National Commission on divestiture of Safaricom shares, the 15%. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adoption of the report of the Joint Committee on its consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025, which seeks the approval of this House for the government's proposal to dispose of 15% stake in Safaricom PLC to the Vodacom and retain approximately 20% shareholding in the company. Honorable Speaker, this proposal is anchored within the government's broader fiscal consolidation agenda and divestiture strategy, which seeks to unlock value from public assets, ease financing constraints, and create additional fiscal space for priority national programs. Honorable Speaker, the structure of the proposed transaction is important for a number of reasons. To begin with, it is expected to provide immediate fiscal support to the government at a time when this transaction towards key national priorities. These include supporting the budget to address financing gaps, strengthening fiscal stability, and financing long-term development objectives. Importantly, the committee has recommended that the proceeds be established so that, importantly, the committee has recommended that the proceeds from the divestiture be paid into National Infrastructure Fund, which has already been established, so that the resources can be directed towards transformative investments in sectors such as roads, energy, water, digital infrastructure, and airports. Honorable Speaker, this is consistent with the wider policy objective of ensuring that resources realized from strategic public assets are not merely consumed, but are instead deployed in ways that promote sustainable economic growth, strengthen national competitiveness, and advance intergenerational equity. In this regard, we continue to encourage the government to develop policies that can mobilize public resources, especially idle public assets, and redirect them towards clearly identified areas with greater economic and fiscal impact. Honorable Speaker, in the course of considering this sessional paper, the Joint Committee undertook public participation fora in 30 counties to gather views from members of the public on the proposed divestiture. The engagements provided citizens with an opportunity to express their views on issues such as valuation, fiscal implications, governance, employment, competition, consumer protection, data sovereignty, and national security concerns arising from the transaction. In total, the Joint Committee held 32 sittings comprising both internal deliberations and stakeholder consultations to interrogate the sessional paper and consider both written and oral submissions. Together with the written memoranda and with views presented by participants who appeared before the committee, I wish to sincerely thank all those who took
Give him 3 minutes so that he can second.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Together with the written memoranda and views presented by participants who appeared before the committee, I wish to sincerely thank those who took part to contribute to this important process. Their perspectives, including the differing opinions presented before the committee, were carefully considered and helped to inform the decision that we have now reached. Honorable Speaker, having carefully examined sessional paper and submissions placed before it, the Joint Committee recommends that this House approves the sessional paper subject to several important resolutions. Among these, the committee recommends that approval take effect as from 1st of April after the dividends have been paid. The committee has also recommended that the government receives 40.2 billion as an upfront payment in lieu of future dividends on the remaining 20% of dividend, so that then the government benefits from the proceeds of dividends that, during the financial year 2025 that is ending on 31st March. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Yeah, honorable members, I now propose the following question. This House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on the consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th March, 2026. And A, resolves that pursuant to the provisions of Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 412A, the House approves the sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya. And B, further resolves as follows. Effective date, Roman 1, that the effective date for the approval shall be 1st April 2026, or such later date when all regulatory approvals that form condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement shall have been obtained. Completion upon obtaining all regulatory approvals. Roman 2, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals in line with the condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement, undertake and complete the transaction through the block trade platform of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Upfront payment to be made in lieu of future dividends. Roman 3, that the Government of Kenya shall receive Kenya shillings 40 billion and 200 million, bracket Kenya shillings 40.2 billion as upfront payment in lieu of future dividends and the residual 20% shareholding as per the dividend purchase agreement. Number 4, proceeds to be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. That notwithstanding anything contained in the share purchase agreement and the dividend purchase agreement, the proceeds for the divestiture shall be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. Number 5, no redundancy of existing staff. That to safeguard against loss of jobs for existing staff, there shall be no acquisition-related redundancy in Safaricom PLC. Number 6, preserve the existing business model with Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners. That the Cabinet Treasury, for the National Treasury, shall ensure that within 10 years of the divestiture, there shall be no material change to the current shared prosperity business model in Safaricom PLC. That will prejudice the existing Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners. Honorable members, before I sit, I have a communication to make in regard to a motion previously moved and passed by the House under Standing Order 97-1 relating to debates for sessional paper. This House orders, and it was so ordered, that each speech in a debate on any sessional paper shall be limited as follows: a maximum of 2.5 hours, with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving, and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, if the sessional paper is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee. And that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. So I'm reminding you of that motion relevant to this particular. Why are you carrying up your arms? The Honorable Julius Ruto is atop the list.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, you can really take note that these members have interest in this particular sessional paper, which also culminates the interest of the public. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the recommendation by the Committee of Finance and National Planning in approval of the sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on the proposed partial divestiture of Safaricom shares. Mr. Speaker, as I also speak, it's good I know that I'm one of the members of the Committee of Finance and National Planning, which is a committee jointly together with the Committee of Public Debt and Privatization, which you undertook this task to go around the country as per provision of Article 118 of our Constitution that has guided this House to seek the views of the members of public, especially on critical matters like this. Mr. Speaker, why I'm standing to support this? I want to bring our attention to the current situation of our debt level of our country. Whereas we appreciate fiscal responsibility of our nation, we all know that every expenditure that promotes our economic growth is guided by the revenues that we generate, and also the debt that we also source to be able to finance our budgets. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now in our situation of our country, where our debt level has grown to 12.3, 12.5 trillion, culminating to more than 70% of a GDP ratio to debt, a debt ratio to the GDP. This one shows a critical risk that the nation is shrinking to. That if we don't come out and think outside the box, if we don't come out and have a clear thought on how to move forward as a nation, we either risk closing up, shutting down the nation from every developmental agenda and be able to sort out the risk that we have put in place. Because right now we don't have enough room, we don't have fiscal space to adjust to be able to borrow and fund critical development agendas that this nation requires to be able to move forward. All of us will remember the State of the Nation address by the President, and he critically gave the deficits that this nation is in terms of time after independence, where the nation would have been and where it is now, and the lacks that we need to address by the current administration and this honorable House that is here, so that we're able to move forward to champ the years that we lacked behind because of the challenges we went through, because of lack of space, or the kind of the borrowing
that majorly of them, if you appreciate, especially the domestic borrowing, that are being borrowed to service the debt, appreciating in our provision of our budget, 1.3 trillion is set aside under CFS to be able to service our debt and, of course, provision for our pensions. That one tells us that if we continue this way without coming up with alternative mechanism of sourcing or generating money or funds to be able to address the needs of our nation, then slowly we are going to reduce or shrink the growth of our economy as we are being overtaken by the demand on the expenditure of social needs, the expenditure on supporting our nation. Mr. Speaker, this proposal seeks to bring out critical issues. Number one, this is not the first time that the public or the Republic of Kenya is exercising its own assets. We have seen there before, Kenya Commercial Bank, which was a fully owned bank, was privatized. We are aware of Kengen, which was privatized. We are aware of the state Safaricom, that the government of Kenya was owning at start 60% of it. But then it was privatized and gave an opportunity members of public to own part of it, 29% shares of it, and the government retained 35%. We have also seen Kenya Power Company and many other companies and many other entities that the government has disposed. And most of the time, the proceeds from these particular sales are being utilized to finance the budget needs. But up to now, you cannot evaluate or measure critically when this particular asset was disposed of, when this particular asset was converted from the state it is, which asset was it replicated, so that our balance sheet can remain at the state it is. As we speak now, our balance sheet is at the risk level, and therefore, it is high time that we must appreciate and support. And as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate this honorable House for considering approving the National Infrastructure Fund, where all this money will be put, and the board that is going to be established will be able to oversee the identification of the investment policy that will critically look at the equitable distribution of these particular demands, as guided by the Article 10 of the Constitution. The framers of the Constitution wanted to see that the entire part of the nation shall be developed equitably. Unlike a situation it is now, that part of it is seen to be more developed, and part of it is less developed.
Honorable Lindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to give my reservations on the sale of the 15% GOK stake in Safaricom. Honorable Speaker, I have sat here and I've listened to my brother, the chair. I also had the opportunity to appear before the committee. And number one reservation that starts out very strongly, Honorable Speaker, one is the valuation. The National Treasury has been out here, especially I've listened to the officials from there, talking about basing the sale of Safaricom 34 Kenya shillings share price at something they are calling market price. But Honorable Speaker, our market has been bearish. It has been bearish from 2023 up to now. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would be wrong for Kenya to sell Safaricom shares at 34 shillings, a share that was selling at 45 shillings in the year 2021, Honorable Speaker, and especially at a time when the company has already invested in Ethiopia, has been bleeding cash for the last 2 years, but is now breaking even operationally. Honorable Speaker, looking at the financial statements of Safaricom, in the first half of this year, they made a 52.1% jump in net profit, making an over 40 billion Kenya shillings in net profit. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we anticipate that Safaricom PLC will be making an over 80 billion Kenya shillings in this financial year, ending March, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, in all considerations, it is possible that Safaricom will be making 100 billion Kenya shillings in bottom line from next year. Honorable Speaker, the kind of price and the reason given is incompetent and it is ineptitude by itself, Honorable Speaker, and especially basing the argument on market price in quotes. Honorable Speaker, at the same time that we are purporting to sell Safaricom at market price in quotes, Honorable Speaker, we have two transactions happening in the NSC. One is NCBA being the 66% buyout by NCBA, Honorable Speaker, by Nedbank. Honorable Speaker, it is good that I clarify that before the advent.
Order, Honorable Lindi Nyoro, what is out of order?
You know, Honorable Speaker, this House is a House of record. And it would be very wrong if we do not challenge the misleading information being given by the Honorable, my good brother, the MP for Kiharu. On the matter of valuation, the valuation that we use, and is very well stipulated in our reports, we have not based it on the market value. We have used economic models that are known globally as models of valuation of shares. So unless Honorable Nyoro has come up with his own formula of how to value shares that is not there available in the economic information, Honorable Speaker, then he should tell us. But several methods that are used, including a price-earning ratio, enterprise value divided by EBITDA, has all given this year price between 10.96 shillings and 33.5 shillings, as I outlined in my report, Honorable Speaker. So unless Ndindi Nyoro has his own formula that he is invented, that he needs to prove to all the economics and finance experts globally and patent that as his formula, then whatever he's saying is just yes, and it's important that he goes on record, not to use formulas that are not in the domain of valuation of shares, because they are known formulas that like you've highlighted in our report, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Honorable Speaker, I see people going around inviting people to give points of order on my contribution, and I hope that this filibustering is not taking away my time. But just to teach my brother some formula, Honorable Speaker. The same formula he's proposing.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, you know you are Speaker. You will be given all the time you need if your time would have been eaten into by any point of order. So just give your explanation. The point of order I hear, and I've guillotined your time deliberately, is the presentation you made was that the share value here in terms of the pricing in this transaction was based on the market price. And I hear the chair of the committee in charge of finance to be saying that was not so, and he's saying he had other formulae. All those formulae are not market price. So can you just respond to that, then you go to continue your presentation.
Honorable Speaker, that is basically the incompetent I was talking about. Because, Honorable Speaker, using the same formula put forth by the chair, the one he finished with is PE ratio. I want to inform my brother that the PE ratio by the close of this financial year of Safaricom will be around 16. The market average is higher. Our buyers who are buying Safaricom shares, the highest PE ratio, the best PE ratio they have ever had is 40, Honorable Speaker, in 2022. Currently, their PE ratio is actually negative because they make losses. The PE ratio of Etisalat is over 30, Honorable Speaker. The PE ratio of Orange, the PE ratio of Airtel. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is proper that Kenyans are watching the total incompetence at which we are selling our Safaricom stake. That even our own arguments are against us, Honorable Speaker. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, that I want to bring forth.
Did you say the price at which the shares are proposed to be sold is inadequate or incompetent? What did you say?
Honorable Speaker, when it comes to a business transaction, you are either competent to look for value for money for yourself, or you are incompetent to give yourself to the other party. What I'm saying is this. The same formula the chairman is proposing of PE ratio of telcos. By the close of this financial year, the anticipated profit of 80 billion. Honorable Speaker, the PE ratio of Safaricom will be around 16.1 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the competitors in telcos, Etisalat, Airtel, and the others, Honorable Speaker, their PE ratios are much worse, Honorable Speaker. And it is glaring, Honorable Speaker, that we are giving forth an
Honorable Kimani Kuria, what is out of order? This is now a competition about finance minds, and it is beneficial for our debate.
Honorable Speaker, I did challenge my good brother, the Honorable Member for Kiharu, to give us one formula that he's using to give that price. And the price earning multiples, Honorable Speaker, as we've calculated, and as shown by KCB as a firm that was valuing these shares, gave it a low of 10.62, an average of 17.08, and high of 25.01. Those are facts. So unless the Honorable then tells us, for him to call us incompetent, can he tell us which economic formula he's using, so that it doesn't start talking about orange. We're not selling orange. He's talking about other telcos. We're not talking about other telcos. What valuation model are you going to use to propose the price that you're calling as incompetent? And until he answers that question, Honorable Speaker, he should withdraw his term of the word incompetence and all those other aspersions is casting on the National Treasury and on this Honorable House, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ndindi Njoro, what is asked of you should be very easy. Please proceed to address them.
Honorable Speaker, it is laughable that I wish the chair is listening to himself. He's talking about the PE ratio.
Honorable Ndindi Njoro, have you looked at the report of the committee? I have. Yes, in the report of the committee, there are 5 models of share valuation demonstrated there, not only PE ratio. What I hear the chair of the committee to be asking is that if you say we would have yielded as a nation a better price than this, and you are tagging it to a price, what formula do you use to arrive at your price so that they would be justified mathematically to seek more? Proceed.
And I would rather you give me time, because every member will have time to contribute, and I don't need any help. I will also not purport to help them. I would rather contribute, the other members will have their time. Honorable Speaker, let me put it very correctly, Honorable Speaker. The formula I am using is the same chairman used. The PE ratio is price of an...
Honorable Ndindi Njoro, the majority leader is on a point of order.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I'm one of those people who rarely interject when members are contributing. But Honorable Njoro has a duty and a responsibility to respect other members. He has used very unparliamentary language to begin with, and those are some of the issues the chair stood up on a point of order. You cannot call people incompetent because he said that the valuation models used here are incompetent, and the committee that has considered it, they're incompetent. Honorable Rico is interrupting me because he's also a member of that committee. This is a committee of 30 members. To Honorable Speaker, you have alluded to what Honorable Ndindi Njoro is being challenged to substantiate, because you must substantiate things you allege. The easiest thing you can do here is to come and say, oh, this thing is incompetent, this share is undervalued. You must give us a substantiation of the alternative. And that is what I had Honorable Kimani Kuria ask. What is that other valuation model that you can give us or give the country so that we may benefit from your intellect? You are probably more intelligent than all the other people you consider to be incompetent. In your competence, show us that other alternative valuation model, other than the 5 valuation models that the committee considered here, that gives a better price than that price that is determined, that was negotiated of 34 shillings. And you know, Ndindi Njoro has been out there in marketplaces and lecture halls saying how incompetent people are, how this share has been undervalued or overvalued at times. In fact, at one point, he said the share was overpriced. At another time, it was underpriced when the market became bullish. He has also told us here that the market is bearish. For all intents and purposes, Honorable Speaker, I am also an observer and a trader in this market. I may not be a stockbroker like Ndindi Njoro, but I buy shares. I know when the market gets certain information, the market reacts to that share price. When there was information on this session of paper, the market reacted. In fact, long before even this news became news that government was going to divest, the market reacted to it. And the market on the Safaricom share became very bullish. That is why that share rose. At the time, I think, when this session of paper was brought to this house, the share price was trading at 20-something shillings. It rose all the way out of speculation. Kenyans know that the share, the financial year of Safaricom is about to come to an end. I think the closes, I think, in March, is it? In March. And therefore, Honorable Speaker protects me from Honorable Makali Mulu, and he knows I respect him, because now you address the Speaker, stop addressing me.
Honorable Makali Mulu,
You know, you are becoming like Alonso Musyoka now, just shouting in rallies. You address me through the speaker. You don't address me like Alonso Musyoka. It's Alonso Musyoka who used to address it.
Majority leader, you will not majority leader. You will not mention Kenyans who are not before the House in a manner that does not enable them to defend themselves. Honorable Makali Mulu, you are old enough to know you cannot talk at the speaker when the speaker is giving a ruling. Take back your seat. Yes, Honorable Ndindi, are you done? Yeah, I would order the majority leader to secure that as the leader of the House is on the path of good debate, and anything that besmirches is taken out of record.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know I have to apologize to Honorable Makali Mulu for obvious reasons. He is nowhere close to the people I mentioned in terms of intellect and how he articulates issues. He's nowhere close, and therefore I profusely apologize to Honorable Makali Mulu, Dr. Makali Mulu, because this is an economist of repute. And that is why I know he will agree with me that the market, especially around the Safaricom share, cannot be said to be bearish. These are things we want to say here to get clips to circulate on social media, Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to ask that you do direct the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro to stop looking for clips to circulate on social media to substantiate how bearish is this market. How is the Safaricom share undervalued in his own valuation model? What economic valuation model is using? Because there is no Ndindi valuation model. There are valuation models that have been performed by the committee.
Majority leader, your point is made. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, I guillotined time. You will have 2 minutes. Within those 2 minutes, there is, because the total time is 5 minutes. You know Ndindi has been upstanding due to the interventions, and I would request we stop them for over 10 minutes now. So I'm not going to allow any further interventions. You will have your contributions. You are requesting for 3. There is an offense taken with your use of the word incompetence, more so as they relate to the committee. And your phrase that the leader, the chairperson's submissions before the House are laughable. I would request you withdraw those and then, deal with the issue, if you can. If there is a formula, in economics by which we can land at a better price as a country, it would also be beneficial to the House. Otherwise, you just proceed and conclude. 2.5 minutes from now.
Honorable Speaker, I don't find merit in responding to the filibustering from the previous member, but responding to the chair who earlier stated about the formula. I have been repeating and I'm repeating. I'm not even introducing a new one. I'm using their own. The chair stood here and talked about P ratio. I'm not even going to the other ones that they can use. There are many. I'm just concentrating on his. P ratio of Safaricom by close of this year will be 16.1 years, Honorable Speaker. Our buyers who are Vodafone, Vodacom, their P ratio, the best they have ever had is 40 periods, Honorable Speaker. P ratio measures periods. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ndindi. No, please, I will not allow more points of order. Let me direct this debate. Honorable Ndindi, P ratio is one of which has been proposed, and I have not heard the chair to say the model that was used to price these shares was P ratio. There were 4 models that they are demonstrated there. The ask is that you demonstrate how you arrive at a share value that would be different from this.
Yes. Chairman, Honorable Speaker, I am repeating for the obtained time. I know there are even more than 4 formulas. There are more. But I want to zero in onto their own. Honorable Speaker, P ratio is price over earning ratio. We are talking about a price of 34. So the price is integral. Earning per share is also integral. And it measures periods. The period at which you may return your money using bottom line in Safaricom is 16.1 years, Honorable Speaker. The one for our buyers, the best that you have ever had in around 2022 was 40 periods, Honorable Speaker, for 40 years. Currently, they are in negative. Etisalat, Airtel, Orange, they are all trading at P ratios in the ranges of 30. It means on that basis alone, our Safaricom share is undervalued by more than half, Honorable Speaker. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, I want us to consider, currently in our NSC, there are block trades happening at the same time. It is exposing what we are doing to Kenyans. NCBA buyout by Nedbank. Before the announcement that there was an imminent buyout from Standard Bank earlier in the last quarter of last year, the price of NCBA was around 70 shillings. But the transaction price is 105 shillings, Honorable Speaker. There is a current transaction happening in the NSC, in EABL. DIJ is selling to Asahi. The current market share price, Honorable Speaker, of EABL today is 259 shillings. But they are transacting at 590 shillings, Honorable Speaker. I'm just trying to say, it will be very wrong for anyone to bring semantics around market price, Honorable Speaker. It exposes how unpatriotic we can be, Honorable Speaker. The second thing I want to highlight is something called condition precedent. Honorable Speaker, there were condition precedents given by CA, Honorable Speaker, to our buyers in regards to licensing, where Kenya is losing over 70 billion Kenya shillings. The other one is information asymmetry. We are selling to one buyer, Honorable Speaker, instead of floating to the global market to get the best value, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the current person we are selling to is already an insider. There is already an information asymmetry. The CFO will be allowed to pass. The other one, Honorable Speaker, as I come to the finish.
Thank you, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Honorable Daniel Manduku. You want to listen to people who know finances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very privileged to be one of the members of parliament who accompanied the committee in various counties across this country. In fact, I can confirm that I went to up to 8 counties myself. And when I listened to the public, there were 3 main concerns. The first concern was on the issue of ensuring that the funds raised or realized from this sale are directly put into a kitty that would enhance development across the country. The second concern was on the issue of data and privacy. And the last concern was the issue of valuation. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor much on the issue of valuation, but let me say that having listened to various stakeholders, including the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, which was headed by none other than a professor, the committee came to a conclusion that the valuation of 34 shillings was a fair value, because any other model showed lower valuations. On the issue of data protection, Mr. Speaker, it was realized that there already exist laws that safeguard the public, either from cyber security or from inherent data safety. And so existing laws protect all citizens against any infringement on data protection. Mr. Speaker, there has never been a moment in this country where the government has sought a more innovative method of funding our infrastructure other than the creation of the National Infrastructure Fund, and where these funds are all going to be deposited. And so, Mr. Speaker, looking at other jurisdictions that have succeeded, you realize that they have gone this way. And I want to support this venture and confirm that this is what the public wants. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, and listening to my colleagues here, markets are, by their very nature, very volatile. They can be bullish or bearish, but we forget one thing. You cannot look at technology industry just like you look at the beverage industry or motor vehicle industry. Technology, by its very nature, is very evolving. In fact, every 9 months, knowledge in technology doubles. And so, if anything disruptive happens to Safaricom today, there could be a very big fall in the price or rise in the price. And so you cannot use that as a basis to compare Safaricom and other non-related industries. Mr. Speaker, I think that this was a good move, and I support the report of the Joint Committee of Finance and Planning, together with the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Irene Mayaka. Honorable Makali, you'll be reached.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Members also speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support this particular report. And from the onset, I just like to register my support to it. Honorable Speaker, we have listened to the Chair of Finance Committee giving us a detailed report of the history behind this, what exactly happened, and why we are where we are with this particular matter. And first of all, Honorable Speaker, before I even give my contribution, I'd just like to make an observation of the report from the committee in terms of the valuation methodologies that were used, because they did use 5 different methodologies. And Honorable Speaker, it's also very important to mention to the House that National Treasury actually used an independent valuer by the name of KCB Investment Limited, which has a reputation of having done valuation for different companies that have been very successful in different areas, including outside of this particular country. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the transactional overview of this particular divestiture, which gives us a figure of 15% of the total 35% shareholding of the government, with 40.2 billion, which is going to be an upfront payment that goes into the famous act that is now called the NIF, the National Infrastructure Fund. But also, Honorable Speaker, this is also one methodology that is being used to ensure that we earn non-tax revenue of a total of 244.5 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, also, if you look at the engagement that the committee had with different stakeholders, the public participation, 78 in total, 30 different counties, you can see that the sentiments that came through from different sectors was actually in support of this particular divestiture. Honorable Speaker, looking at the issue of the legal and constitutional framework that was used by the committee, we look at the Public Finance Management Act, especially Section 87, Part 4, which allows divestiture of different organizations. And Honorable Speaker, fellow CPA Ruto actually gave us an example of other examples of where the Kenyan government has been able to do this. So this is not a first time that this has been done. Honorable Speaker, also looking at some of the business continuity model, we've seen the fact that it has taken into consideration the fact that there will be no interference with the dealers and agencies of Safaricom, the service stability, and also consumer protection. Honorable Speaker, important to note is the fact that the committee was very keen to ensure that the data protection aspects in the digital space have been taken into consideration. But also, Honorable Speaker, looking at some of the advantages of why it is important and why we support partial divestiture. One that I've already mentioned is the revenue aspect. The other one is the funding strategic infrastructure projects, notably the National Infrastructure Fund, which this is going to be one of the funds, one of the sources of that particular fund that is going to go into major infrastructure and critical sector infrastructure for this particular country. Honorable Speaker, also very important to note is the retention of value in terms of the fact that the government is still retaining 20%. So they're not entirely giving out their stake in Safaricom, but they will be retaining some of it. Honorable Speaker, another important advantage is also enhancing corporate efficiency, because if you look at a comparison between a public-run organization and private-run organization, we can all see that the corporate and efficiency of the private-run organizations. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I'd like to just once again thank the committee for this and give my full support to the session paper. I thank you and I submit.
The Honorable Dr. John Mutunga is recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will restrict myself to the divestiture of Safaricom because that is the subject matter today.
I rise to support the adoption of the session of paper number 3 of the 2025 on the partial divestiture, Honorable Speaker. The first reason why I support this is in line with the fact that the government the government long-term strategy for fiscal consolidation. Honorable Speaker, we have belabored in this House with how do we ensure that we have fiscal consolidation. Honorable Speaker, it's not very interesting to factor huge budget deficit every time. And it's also not very interesting to be guided by other institutions or other countries and advising us on having to restrict our fiscal deficit to a certain proportion. So it is important for us to look inwards, and I think this is a good idea, to look inwards and come up with possibilities of trying to take care of our own issue. It is also a homegrown solution to basically reduce accumulation of debts. Honorable Speaker, whenever we factor in debt, and then we have to develop this country, it appears that the resources used for development must be borrowed. So we keep on borrowing every time. And even if we say that the government should not borrow, and we don't offer a good solution, Honorable Speaker, it's really not good enough. So low borrowing, Honorable Speaker, is better for us, and self-driven development is really important. The second issue that I want to bring in, or the second reason, is that such an initiative basically leads to long-term fiscal sustainability. There is the issue of consolidation and the issue of sustainability. And the attributes, Honorable Speaker, are very clear. First of all, sustained debt servicing. Of course, if we are able to take care of other demands for money, then we can sustainably, service our debt. There is also the issue of reduction of the risk of insolvency. As a country, we are taking care of our issues, we are taking care of our debts, so we do not risk insolvency. The risk of defaulting on our obligations is sort of being reduced, and the reduction in the disruption in development initiatives. As a country, Honorable Speaker, we're looking at a possibility of developing this country without over-reliance on money from outside. We don't have to discuss, a long-term dishandling of debt, long-term, borrowing, or concessional loans, or even very expensive, commercial loans, whether local or international. The other issue, the third reason why I support this particular adoption of this session of paper is that it is actually partial, not complete. If we are talking about complete detachment from, or rather sale of Safaricom, I think we would be very much worried. But Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya still sustains a significant proportion of the Safaricom. Therefore, it will sustain or retain the critical component or infrastructure within the Safaricom network in the sense that the critical communication, which is important for us, will be sustained. The government will have a hand in it. Honorable Speaker, initially, there was a lot of fear that, that Safaricom is a huge bank, especially when you look at M-Pesa. M-Pesa basically moves a lot of money, more than 32 million Kenyans are already enrolled, and therefore it is a huge transaction institution. So we cannot just wish it off. So there is the, Honorable Speaker, there are no effects on the legal obligations to the company itself, and the security responsibilities are sustained. Therefore, this particular option is good, and it offers, Honorable Speaker, in line with that, immediate liquidity. Immediate liquidity, in this case, Honorable Speaker, we are saying that there will be money put in immediately, which will help us to start, relieving ourselves from the strain that we have in terms of financing development. The fourth reason why I support, Honorable Speaker, is the ring fencing issue, the ring fencing of the divestiture proceedings. Honorable Speaker, we are seeing that it's clear in the committee report that the investment will go into commercially reliable infrastructural projects. And these commercially reliable infrastructural projects are important, even as enshrined in the context of the National Infrastructure Fund. And Honorable Speaker, I pause to look at the future. And I ask myself, if my children found me with a house, they would feel better than if they didn't find one. And Honorable Speaker, rarely will you find a road which is tarmacked turning into another road completely if our government is responsible. If we can develop this country now, it will be better for the future generations. They will find it better, they will be happier, and they will realize that we made better decisions. Honorable Speaker, I support that option.
The Honorable Leo Njeru, the MP from Bere North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for supporting me. I've been wanting to contribute to this debate and motion. I rise to support. I may not be an expert in finance, but I've run successful businesses. I have started and sold businesses. So I want to say that when some members mislead the public and this House, it's actually very irresponsible, because if you stand here and say that you have a prize, you have used the valuation, and you have a better prize, we need to hear that prize. We need to know who is out there willing to buy Safaricom at a higher price. Because, Honorable Speaker, I believe if we are talking of Safaricom being undervalued, there are businessmen out there, businesses that would be willing to spend and come and buy, not just hearsay. And in fact, Honorable Member, we don't know what will happen by December. We are talking of things looking good. We don't know how they will look. People in my constituency need to have this infrastructure fund funded from this sale, so that those areas that have been forgotten, like Mbere North, can actually benefit from the budget for the first time. For 63 years, 63 budgets, my constituency, 780 square kilometers, has only 48 kilometers of tarmac. And we are being told to wait, wishful thinking that, oh, there is a better value, there are people out there who may buy Safaricom at a higher price. So I support this divestiture, and I actually say, once this succeeds, I will be urging members, we come back next year and we sell another 5%. Each constituency gets some money for development, for roads, for classrooms, so that Kenyans stop waiting. And Honorable Speaker, we actually subject some constituencies like mine into a poverty trap. You know, we never get out of poverty because we have so poor infrastructure. We have areas that have no road. We have arable land but no water for irrigation. Once we have such an investment, a divestiture, and I believe there are more corporations coming, then we are going to be talking sense when we go to Kenyans and we tell them that for 63 years, we have relied on the budget. But now, we have actually started on a new model, so you don't have to wait for 63 years. We can actually have change coming now. So, Honorable Speaker, I fully support, and I ask members, please let us consider next year, we come and divest another 5%, which we can take directly to our constituencies. I am very sure if we ask our constituencies, if we ask them if we bring 300 million for development, they will tell us, go and divest 5%. So I urge members who are opposing to come here with facts and tell us if we have Etisalat. I've heard about Etisalat. Any company that is willing to buy Safaricom, let them bring their offer now. Let us not talk about wishful thinking. Let us not talk about very good numbers, yet there is nothing on the table. Safaricom is a good company. If there is anyone out there with a good price, let us hear about that price, not just wishful thinking. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Ariko will be followed by the Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by supporting this divestiture of Safaricom shares by government. Honorable Speaker, the journey to Canaan through Singapore is here. The journey to Canaan started a long time ago with the creation of House Levy Fund. And we've seen so many buildings coming up across the country, including Turkana. The second enabler of this journey to Canaan is this the National Infrastructure Fund. This National Infrastructure Fund came as a result of Finance and National Planning Committee when the CS for Treasury appeared before the committee and pronounced that he has created a company which, to the thinking of the Finance Committee, was not properly placed to handle these funds. The Finance Committee will push Treasury to create National Infrastructure Fund to take care of all the funds that will be needed for critical and viable infrastructure projects. Honorable Speaker, I'm privileged to be a member of Finance and National Planning Committee that traversed these counties. And what the members of the public are saying, yes, they can support the infrastructure, the divestiture of these shares, but they have some conditions that place before the committee. One, it looks like public trust is the problem. There's no public trust in the government. So what I want to say is this. What the members of the public raise is all funds. They wanted the funds to be ring-fenced. And ring-fencing of this fund is the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund. The second item they raise is that how will these critical and viable infrastructure funds will be distributed across all the counties without information that there are major projects that are needed to bring up the economy of this country. And this is what we call viable and critical infrastructure funds. And the public requested there is need to have oversight of this fund. And that's why we are saying this House has an oversight role, and the two-tier structure in the National Infrastructure Fund serves the oversight also. Honorable Speaker, I was in Kiambu on this public engagement, and one retired civil servant told the other stakeholders one question. And the question was, were you engaged? Were you asked as to whether the governments need to invest in Safaricom? Why are you asking the government not to sell these shares? That's the question of a retired civil servant in Kiambu County, where my good friend, Honorable Dini Nyoro, was just around that particular area. We thought he's going to join us so that we can enlighten members of the public. Honorable Speaker, the objective of this divestiture is to relieve the national budget from these viable and critical infrastructure projects, to pave way for the government to support other marginalized areas that these economically productive areas have been taking a lot of money, denying opportunities for other areas of this country. On the issues of the methods of divestiture, Honorable Speaker, the three methods I understand of this divestiture, one is private placement. The second one is on the issue of IPO. The third one is on the sale of assets. This one, it's upon the entity that is selling shares to make a...
I'll give you 1 minute to conclude that point. I'll add you 1 minute only.
Honorable Speaker, Treasury decided to go on the private placements where there was one investor that was ready to part with more than the market prices that were there. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the valuation models, I don't know why my good scholar, Honorable Didi Nyoro, when he appeared before the committee, I asked Didi Nyoro one question. What model are you using, and how much is the model giving us? That is the question asked my good friend, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Up to now, he has not given us the model, but he is going against other scholars who came up with their own models, but he's not coming up with his own model that he has come up with. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by saying that this has been a very useful debate, and I thank Honorable Ndindi Nyoro for the very, very articulate contributions. Safaricom, the shareholding structure, currently GOK is at 35%, Vodacom 40%, but by their own disclosures at the London Stock Exchange, 5% of that is warehoused as a corruption deal for Mobitelair, and retail and institutional investors at Nairobi Securities own 25%. Honorable Speaker, it is important when you are selling an asset to ask yourself whether it is the right timing. And I think that is what Honorable Ndindi Nyoro talked about. The market is bearish. It is the wrong time to sell. We are desperate. That's why we are selling. And this is why. We've just had another transaction, Kenya Pipeline. And these are the results, if you want to know the market situation. The Kenya Pipeline shares that we were selling 65%, 20% were reserved for foreign investors. Only 0.2% of foreign investors subscribed, meaning they don't have confidence. There was 5% reserved for the staff of Kenya Pipeline, those who should know the business better than anybody else. Only 0.06% subscribed. There was 15% reserved for oil marketing companies. Only 0.014% bought. Then there was 20% reserved for retail investors. Only 2.56% bought. So the market, it is the wrong time to offload. So Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro was quite right. So that is the first question we have. Secondly, we are being told that this effective date is now revised to 1st April. In the sessional paper, it was a date that was going to exclude in excess of 9 billion in terms of dividends that would have gone to the government. Nobody knew where that was going to go. Now we are being told it is 1st of April. The correct phraseology should be the effective date is the date on which the 9 billion are paid under the current financial year, the dividends that are due to GOK, which by design were left opaque and undisclosed. And to make matters worse, we are not even being told, and the report itself admits, that are the shares being sold ex-dividend or camp dividend? Because you could own all shares, but they come with certain benefits that have not been crystallized. That has not been crystallized, and we need to deal with that. Secondly, we are told...
Honorable Julius Ruto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I know Honorable Karoli Omondi is my good friend, and I like listening to him. But is it in order for him to state to this Honorable House and castigate the report that the Committee of Finance, the Joint Committee of Finance and National Planning and Committee on Privatization and Public Debt, to ensure that it take care of that risk that is bringing out? But he wants to castigate a report that is on record, and that the report of chair has spelled out that the effective day will be 1st of April, immediately after the closure of a financial year. And you know, the moment the balance sheet date is drawn, any liability and obligation falls where it is. So why proceed to castigate a doubt on a formal report that has taken care of that risk?
You've made your point. Honorable Karoli Omondi, the question is, by when are dividends due?
Okay. I will not even answer that. Let me go on with my presentation.
No.
The second thing,
Honorable Karoli, I think we need to take the House seriously. Yeah, you see, the point you are making is that 1st of April, which according to the committee, a condition is being imposed in terms of when the transaction should be done so that we save on the dividends of 9 billion, which you say would have been lost, is 1st of April 2026. Now you are saying there could be a danger that some... Yes, so could you tell us the date on when dividends are due?
Okay. There's a phraseology, due and payable, but may not be payable. In law, you understand it? the shares could have crystallized, but that does not mean you'll be paid. That is why I'm suggesting it should be very clear that the effective date is when the 9 billion is paid. Come on, we are lawyers, we know this. So let's go on.
What is out of order, Honorable, the majority leader?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Karoli is trying to use semantics on due and payable. When the financial year closes, if you are listed as a shareholder as at that date, the question is, are you due to be paid your dividends? And the straight answer is yes. And therefore, what the Honorable Member for Keses was pointing to is that the committee has been very diligent. Because if the committee was not as diligent as Honorable Karoli wants to allude to, then they would not have had that effective date of 1st of April. The date of 1st April is premeditated and deliberate because the financial year closes on the 31st of March. And therefore, anybody who was a shareholder as at 31st of March will be paid his dividends. Common sense.
I want to allow Honorable Karoli Omondi. Honorable Karoli Omondi, can you proceed? I don't want to allow this many interventions. Are you on a point of information? Honorable Karoli, you want Honorable Ndindi to inform you?
Of course, that's my future running mate, yes.
Honorable Ndindi.
Honorable Speaker, I address my brothers here in this house to stop misleading Kenyans and to stop parading our ignorance to Kenyans. Dividends is not paid to any shareholder who was in the books by the close of the financial year. It is by the time you close the books and it is announced. Today, KCB Group announced their financial statements. It is not a person who was in the books of KCB by 31st December. They will announce a specific date that by the time of this date, anyone in the register is the one who gets paid. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is my information, that a static date can also be changed by the directors.
Honorable Ndindi, the majority leader is on a point of order.
Speaker, it is good first that Honorable Karoli Omondi has alluded to the fact that they are just playing politics. Because politics is politics. But facts are facts. And you cannot change that, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, if I am not a shareholder, what would I be paid dividends for? Dividends are paid to shareholders. You pay dividends, you also pay dividends based on the financial performance of a company as at the end of a particular financial year. Therefore, you cannot tell us that if the board meets in December and declares a dividend, the board can meet in December to declare a dividend, but you'll be paid.
Honorable Majority Leader, before you sit, order. No, he's already taken his seat, you can't inform him. But Majority Leader, when declared, this year, and when they were they declared last year? When were the dividends, if you know, for Safaricom declared this year?
Honorable Speaker, unless I check the actual date, I am not aware when they declared.
Yes,
but
so Honorable
the point of declaration, Honorable.
Yes, yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying the point of declaration of the dividends, you pay dividends to the existing shareholders as at the financial year when you are reporting. That's a fact, and you can't run away from that. Therefore, let us not just play politics with this matter. And the other thing, Honorable Speaker, the sessional paper, when it came, it did not have those conditions precedent.
Yes.
The two committees, 30 honorable members of this House, who do not play politics, are very diligent, including Honorable Ariko and others, sat and put those conditions precedent. So what these members should be telling us, is there something wrong with these conditions precedent? Should we have passed this sessional paper as it came? I must commend these two committees because they did a splendid job in putting some of these conditions precedent.
Honorable Karoli, you have your 1 minute to conclude.
I have 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, we are told that this valuation was done by Kenya Commercial Bank, another government agency. No arm's length transaction. A big problem. Secondly, that valuation was not subjected to competition, the way it would happen in open market. And let me just give you an example why it is wrong. The own report is saying today...
Did you say Kenya Commercial Bank is a government entity?
There's government influence over it. In serious jurisdictions, that would not happen. Let me go on. By their own report, on 31st March, the shares of Safaricom were trading at 31 shillings. They said at the time the valuation was done, it was 27.50 cents. And then they did their calculation, they go to 34. And then we would get a premium of 17 to 19%. By that report alone, the premium they were projecting has dropped by 50%, even before the transaction has been completed. Honorable Speaker, they are forfeiting, they are accepting 40 billion in advance in lieu of dividends that would come over 6 years period. The cost of that, they are telling us, is 15 billion that the government is foregoing because we want to implement certain projects very quickly. There is no project they can implement, is a serious infrastructure project that can be implemented over a period of less than 3 to 5 years. So what is the hurry? But to make matters worse, they are telling us in their own report that if Vodafone had invested the 40.2 billion over the 6-year period, they would get 75 billion, giving government some 20 billion. Why would Vodafone be so generous to the government of Kenya and the people of Kenya? There's something wrong there. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the documents, there is no buyback clause that should have been incorporated in the sessional paper in a transaction like this. And there's even no issue. They are telling us we will safeguard our employees, but it is only for 3 years. There is no golden share mechanism to protect Kenyan workers. We are only keeping the chair and 2 independent directors. What about Kenyans who can run Safaricom, who have run telcos? Honorable Speaker, there are a lot of problems in this transaction.
What is out of order?
So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to, I think it's more of a point of information, that if you read the resolutions...
No, Honorable Kimani Kuria...
Okay, it's a point of order that the Honorable Member cannot mislead this House on the issue of redundancy of staff. If you read on the standing, on the order paper, it explicitly says that we have provided that the share price agreement must provide that there will not be any redundancy related repercussions for the staff of Safaricom PLC. It is there on the order paper. It is there in the report. So Honorable Speaker, we should not allow these people misinforming this House, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, you have 30 seconds to conclude.
Honorable Speaker, it is there, but the time limit is 3 years. So after 3 years, they can be fired. That is what the original sessional paper told us. Yes, that is what it did.
Honorable members, Honorable Kuria Kimani, just take your seat. Don't help the Speaker on this. The sessional paper spoke about, Honorable Karoli, the sessional paper spoke about 3 years. The committee has put a condition for further protection. I don't know whether you have read it. And that is the point being made. Anyway,
how long can they tell us?
Is his time done?
No, can they tell us for how long? Yes, can they tell us for how long? So, Honorable Speaker...
Honorable Karoli.
Yes.
You are a lawyer.
Yeah.
When it is recommended that there will be no redundancy as per order paper or loss of job following on acquisition-related redundancies, what does it mean for a lawyer? Do you really time it, or you are giving an overall protection?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, in transactions like this, there are time limits and time provisions.
Conclude.
So, Honorable Speaker, there may be, people may not be happy when we say, when Honorable Ndindi Njori talks of incompetence, but the word competence is also used in law and in our national values. Competence is one of them. The opposite of that is incompetence.
Yeah, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi will be followed by Honorable Makali Mulu as I go that way, coming this way in terms of recognitions. Time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also support the motion for the approval of the sessional paper number 3 on the proposed partial divestiture of Safaricom, Mr. Speaker. We remember that Safaricom is a very profitable company in this country. And indeed, as we sell the shares, we are saying it has to bring significant benefits to Kenya and to the economy of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when I look at all the arguments we've done, you know, the most sad part of this is the way we look at things in a very personal way. And that's the challenge we face, that when we have an issue with another person, so you carry that and you come, how I wish this house, this would have just been a very objective debate to make sure we tell Kenyans what is best in selling these shares, that we are raising funds, yes, we are improving efficiency, yes, attracting investments, yes, but also how I wish would expand the public share ownership. So it means when it goes to the stock exchange, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping we'll see more Kenyans coming to buy. Remember, this is a company that was founded in 1997, Mr. Speaker. We're talking of 29 years. At that time, it was a subsidiary of Telkom. But more importantly, remember, it started its privatization in 2002, when Vodacom now bought it. So we just need to tell Kenyans, it is not now we are starting. It has been there. But the question should be, at that time, when we started selling these shares, and I remember even in 2008, what happened? What did we do with the money? Is that what it's going to happen when we sell? That is what we should be telling Kenyans, that for the first time, we shall put it in a fund, and you, who drives from Kisumu to Busia, with 1 road that was made since 1963, can at least have a better road that those trucks can pass through, in very simple language. Because even if you come here and tell me about the share price, I know, as a person who buys shares, and by the way, I lost a lot of shares in 2011, Mr. Speaker, when Safaricom went to 2 shillings and 95 cents. We lost. But we are still there. But what are we saying? That it fluctuates, and we know that. But the most important thing is we need to ask also the committee, if you combine these models that you're telling us, will we have a strategic sale? Shall we be able to raise maximum revenue that we are looking for? Will it ensure expertise and stability? But also promote ownership for all of us. So even as we support this, Mr. Speaker, I would wish, for those who understand economics than us, because as we are now talking in layman's language, what a Kenyan who is not an economist, but is a serious shareholder than even us who are speaking this Kizungumingi here. We are very serious Safaricom shareholders who do not look at it in economics. They've been doing investments in it. Those are the people we should be now debating here to give them that assurance that this is a good sale and it's for all Kenyans. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I would wish all of us to now go back to Treasury and ask them, as we do all these things, and even the investment authority that is coming through the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, that they must ensure the biggest challenge every Kenyan is looking at is corruption. How are we going to deal with that? I beg to support.
The Honorable Makalimulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice into this is not paper number 3 of 2025, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the extensive public participation which was conducted for this sessional paper, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the report, and I will not really want to dwell on the models, because Honorable Speaker, when you get to the models, it becomes very complicated for the common mwananchi. But I must appreciate that models are also not easy, Honorable Speaker. Those of us who are economists, that is the line we train in, and it's not easy. But I just want to pick from this report about 3 issues, Honorable Speaker, which I think really the committee has done well in terms of improving the original seasonal paper. But I think there are still some gaps. In economics, Honorable Speaker, we talk about necessary conditions and sufficient. So you could be having the necessary, but sufficiency is not achieved, Honorable Speaker. I want to start with the issue of bias selection, as the report talks about bias selection, Honorable Speaker. The report says that the public did express concerns on how the investors were evaluated. And the committee is in agreement with that statement. And just below there, they say, for future, they would want that improved. Now, Honorable Speaker, where we are today, in terms of trust of the current government, this government, Honorable Speaker, is experiencing very serious trust deficit. And that being the case, if I were the chairperson of these two committees, this matter would have taken time to make sure that even as we move to the future, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have a bit of confidence. To me, I think we achieved a necessary condition. We did not achieve sufficient condition on that particular matter.
What is out of
the second issue, Honorable Speaker?
Just take your seat, Honorable Makali Mulu. What is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, you know, I don't like to interrupt Honorable Makali Mulu, but he's saying that this government is suffering from trust deficit. And I was just wondering, may he substantiate how a government that has the trust of millions of Kenyans is suffering from any trust deficit, unless it is, you know, he can say that and say it is in his opinion, but he cannot state it as a statement of fact. Because I could also say, you know, I had Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka the other day say, purport to fire the Honorable Junet Mohammed as the leader of minority. Well, clearly, he knew he holds no capacity to fire Honorable Junet Mohammed as a minority leader. In any case, the only person he can fire is Robert Mbui and Makali Mulu. So Makali Mulu cannot purport that this government suffers from trust deficit. And Makali, you know, if there was any trust deficit, you know which people Kenyans have not trusted over the years. It has not been the William Ruto administration. You know which people.
Honorable. Are you done?
Honorable Speaker, you know, for any government to know whether it suffers from trust deficit from the people, because governments are put in place by the people, the only barometer to measure that trustometer you can use is elections. The recent by-elections, those on November 27th, all the positions were taken by this government, the broad-based government. The recent elections this month, last month, the 4 elections from Isiolo to Vihiga to Mbere, all of them clean sweep by the broad-based administration. This is not a government that suffers from trust deficiency or trust deficit. It is the disunited opposition that people cannot trust with anything, even leadership positions in the opposition.
Honorable Makali Mulu, you want to...
You know, Honorable Speaker, I've realized that when serious brains of this House start to make comments, we get this kind of points of order, so that you disorganize us, not to push our agenda. What I'll do, Honorable Speaker, I don't know why my friend Kimani keeps on dragging the name of Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka into this House. Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is not seated here. Every time you stand, is this the animal which scares you, or what is happening? Because if it doesn't scare you at all, why do you keep on mentioning him? Honorable Speaker, let me get to my second point, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm helping this report because I'm a very, very patriotic Kenyan, Honorable Speaker. And many times when I make my recommendations here, as a scholar, I want to add value to this kind of debate so that whatever comes out, it will help this country. And Honorable Speaker, even as I talk, and as Honorable Ndidi makes contribution, we know very well. Yesterday there was a very clear statement that when the broad-based government is together, this House has to say yes. We are aware of that statement. So what we are going to do is we are going on record so that things can remain that way. We know when you come together as a broad-based government, this is on a paper will pass. But we must say the truth about this on a paper. You might like it, you might not like it. Now the thing is, Honorable Speaker, The second issue I want to address, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of 3 items you have been mentioned here. And Honorable Chair, Finance, this is your report, it's not my report. You have discussed the issue of national security and how Safaricom contributes or plays a key role matters national security. You have discussed the issue of financial ecosystem and how Safaricom supports our financial ecosystem in this country. You have talked about the extensive networks Safaricom has in terms of dealers and agents, Honorable Speaker. Now, these 3 items, your report says you have put a provision in this seasonal paper that they will be safeguarded, which is a very good statement. To me, that is a necessary provision. It is not sufficient, Mr. Chairman. Why am I saying so? Honorable Speaker, look at Safaricom PLC. It's a company, it's a corporate entity where we have shareholders. Now, with this being a corporate entity with shareholders, who is a majority shareholder? It's Fondocom company. It will be 54.9%. In game theory, in a situation where you are a player and you are a dominant player, you call the shots. So assuming we sign this thing, Honorable Speaker, and tomorrow Safaricom says we are not making profits in Kenya, being the main shareholder, we want to relocate our company to Ethiopia. Will you stop them? So some of the things you are doing here are good, Honorable Speaker, but we are saying, Honorable Speaker, they are not sufficient. If we want to help Kenyans, we must make sure that before we finalize this session of paper, Honorable Speaker, we have clear provisions to ensure that whatever we are discussing about national security, issues of financial ecosystem, issues of our dealers and agents are properly protected. Because by the time this is on paper and the agreements will be signed, Honorable Speaker, it must be very clear, Honorable Speaker, that this information is properly captured. Otherwise, we will be saying that time, we didn't know. This is a company. If I don't make profits, I can say I close my company. If I close my company, how do you tell me to employ employees when I'm not making profits?
Take your seat, Honorable Makali Mulu. The Honorable Kimani Kuri, I'm really avoiding points of order so that we can keep to the time for debates. What is out of order?
Yes, but Honorable Speaker, it is very important because this is a very phenomenal decision that's been made by the people of the Republic of Kenya, by this House. So it's very important that we put things in order. If you read, if the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu cared to read our report and what is provided for in the order paper, we are providing that there shall be express instructions in the share purchase agreement that will be contained in the Articles of Association and the Memorandum of Understanding for Safaricom PLC to safeguard the interests of the employees and to safeguard the interests of those agents. We have expressly provided for it, and it is one of the resolutions that this House will vote for. We're not just going to vote about the partial divestiture. We are saying we're not approving the share paper as it is. We are recommending that for it to be approved, then there must be express provisions in the share purchase agreement for the interests of safeguarding the matter of security of Safaricom being such a key infrastructure in terms of security for the employees and for the shared prosperity of M-Pesa agents and all those agents. So it's expressly provided for in the order paper. And what this Honorable House, if the finding merit in our report approves, then it shall be contained in the share purchase agreement that will indeed be contained in the Articles of Association and the Memorandum of Understanding between Vodacom and Safaricom PLC and GOK.
Oh, you are right, the Honorable Kimani Kuri. I see what you are saying in the additional resolutions B 2, 5, and 6. But let us allow Honorable Makali Mulu. Because
you know, Honorable saying, assuming we'll have this policy document, or this on our paper, Honorable Speaker, saying what we are saying, but the decision, so make it official, Honorable Speaker. It is important we safeguard these issues we have written here. They are very important things, but the way they are now, as an economist, I see a necessary situation, not a sufficient situation. I'm pushing for the 2 committees before we finalize to put us into a sufficient position so that we are assured as Kenyans we will get value for this document. And in that case, Honorable Speaker, I really want to say, sale of Safaricom, part cow, we cannot do it the way we want to do it, Honorable Speaker. It must be done in a very structured manner, in a manner where Kenyans are convinced that we are getting value for money. Let's avoid these side shows in the perennial year where we bring it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and at the outset, let me make it clear that I support this sessional paper number 3 of 2026 on the partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC to the government of Kenya, by the government of Kenya. Honorable Speaker.
That we are getting value for money. Let's avoid these side shows in the perennial year where we bring it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and at the outset, let me make it clear that I support this sessional paper number 3 of 2026 on the partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC to the government of Kenya, by the government of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note firstly that we just passed